Okay, folks, we've got a little bit past 1, so we're going to get started. We're going to start today's, by the way. Okay, we're going to start with Senator Hester. We're going to lead off with Senate Bill 871. And Senator Hester, if you could come up. We've got John Garska and Matthew Matroka as your two designated panelists, and you're going to have the time you need to present Senate Bill 871, and we'll take it from there. So why don't you start, Senator Hester?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the EEE Committee. It's great to be here today. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, here to present Senate Bill 871. Thank you for your consideration of this really critical bill, which will strengthen the coordination between government agencies and local municipalities and our federal government to implement more effective cybersecurity regulations and raise our minimum standards. Now, why, you ask, is this so incredibly important? Water infrastructure is the cornerstone of Maryland's critical infrastructure, supporting millions of residents and businesses. Cyber attacks on these systems could contaminate our drinking water, endangering public health, disrupt services, causing widespread economic loss, undermine public confidence in utilities, and jeopardize compliance with federal and state safety regulations. Unfortunately, in 2023, an EPA assessment found that 9% of U.S. public water systems were critically or highly vulnerable to cyber attacks. Breaches could cost billions in sales and $22 billion in GDP losses. Alarmingly, 70% of inspected utilities violated federal cybersecurity standards. In 2023, 1/3 of water utilities reported a cyber breach, a 21% increase from 2021. That is a big jump, colleagues. So recognizing this, Dr. Matthew Matroka, who's sitting on my left, an NSA fellow with the Maryland Cybersecurity Council, conducted an in-depth analysis of Maryland's water systems. His report highlighted the urgent need for regulations, oversight, resources, and training. And SB 871 implements key recommendations from his report aimed at enhancing resilience and safeguarding public safety. Along with Dr. Matroka's report, this bill also aligns with the Department of Environment's Cybersecurity Action Plan for Water and Wastewater Systems, which requires this legislation for implementation. It defines covered entities as those serving over 3,300 people or utilizing information or operational technology as part of their operations, which is reflected in this bill. So what specifically does Senate Bill 871 do? What does it do? It strengthens our cybersecurity oversight by designating the Maryland Department of the Environment as the lead regulatory agency and requiring coordination with the Department of IT and the Department of Emergency Management to establish standards and best practices. It also mandates cybersecurity incident reporting to the State Security Operations Center at DOIT. It requires risk assessments and cybersecurity plans for water systems, ensuring proactive measures against cybersecurity threats. And most importantly, it protects critical infrastructure from public access to prevent exposure of vulnerabilities. Colleagues, I wish this wasn't true, but Maryland cannot wait for a catastrophic cyber attack to act. This bill establishes clear, actionable measures to protect our water infrastructure. It will ensure that 96.5% of our constituents on larger water systems, such as the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, the City of Baltimore, the City of Hagerstown, as well as medium systems, such as the town of Mount Airy and the town of Centerville, have the necessary safeguards to protect their drinking water. The Maryland Cybersecurity Subcommittee on Critical Infrastructure unanimously supported Dr. Matroka's report with input from cybersecurity experts, including Howard Barr, John Abels, Greg Von Lehman, and Hannibal Kremer. We also have the support of the U.S. Department of Defense, and you will hear next from Mr. John Garska, the Director of Cyber Warfare within the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Platform and Weapon Portfolio Management, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. We are currently in conversations with the Department of the Environment, the Department of IT, and the Department of Emergency Management on amendments to make this bill workable and will forward them to the committee. Colleagues, for such an indispensable resource as water, we cannot stand idle until cyber attacks target Maryland's water supply. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 0871.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hester. We'll go to Mr. Garska, and we're not going to time you. I know you're a national expert on this, and so I really want to hear what you have to say. So why don't you proceed again with your testimony? Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I might just introducing Mr. Garska, say he's been an incredible partner. And when I asked him kind of to the layperson, you know, what his title would be, it's equivalent of an SES1, which is a one-star general.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Fellman and honorable committee members. The Department of Defense is grateful for the opportunity to support the policies reflected in Senate Bill 871. There are a range of malicious cyber actors with both the capability and intent to degrade commercial critical infrastructure in the United States. My written testimony provides specifics. The new reality is that commercial critical infrastructure providers need to be capable of operating in a contested cyberspace environment. The department is dependent upon commercial critical infrastructure to develop capabilities for the joint force and to conduct military operations. The state of Maryland hosts at least 9 major military installations that support a range of important DoD missions. All of these DoD installations are dependent upon water provided by the commercial providers in the state of Maryland. DoD policy guidance has highlighted the importance of working with state and local governments to help bolster the cybersecurity of commercial critical infrastructure, supporting DoD's ability to conduct its mission. The newly appointed Secretary of Defense highlighted as one of his 3 priorities, restoring deterrence. In the current threat environment, cybersecurity is a key element of deterrence. The legislation proposed by Senator Hester in Senate Bill 871 will enhance the cybersecurity posture of water providers and enhance the ability of the state of Maryland to operate in a contested cyberspace environment. This legislation will improve the safety and availability of the water supply for the residents of the state of Maryland and help secure the water supply that DoD installations depend on. This legislation will improve the overall cybersecurity posture of the state of Maryland, and in doing so, will contribute in a very meaningful way to national security. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our other witness. And by the way, from this point forward, folks are going to be on a 2-minute clock, okay? If you can.
Great.
Up to 2
Thank
minutes.
you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Matthew Mitroka, and I hold a PhD in cyber leadership, and I'm a certified information system security professional. I'm here today to strongly support Senate Bill 871, and these views are my own. Throughout 2024, I worked as a National Security Agency Fellow with the Maryland Attorney General's Office, supporting Maryland Cybersecurity Council's Subcommittee on Critical Infrastructure. The subcommittee requested that I investigate opportunities to strengthen cybersecurity for Maryland's water and wastewater sector. My research culminated in a report to the council containing 50 recommendations. Senate Bill 871 results from a subset of those recommendations. As water systems integrate modern internet-connected technologies, the risk of cyber incidents increases. Over the past several years, cyber threat actors have targeted water systems across the United States. Last year, CISA warned that PRC state-sponsored cyber actors, referred to as Volt Typhoon, have sought to pre-position themselves for cyber attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure. Further, the EPA warned of cybersecurity vulnerabilities at water plants and advised states to increase cyber resilience. These national threats directly translate to potential risks for Maryland's water supply. Senate Bill 871 takes vital steps to increase Maryland's water cyber resilience. The systems addressed by this bill serve approximately 96% of Maryland's population, and this bill will help secure Maryland's water systems and further establish Maryland as a leader in protecting critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Hester or the 2 witnesses? Yes, Senator Simonaire.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, for bringing this. You gave a great long title, took up half your testimony telling me I'm just going to call you John. if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
But I was reading over your testimony here, and I noticed that there was $250 million put in for cyber hardening installations. If you can share kind of what that was used for and any insight, so we can understand a little better.
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question. So one of the things that I can share with you is that whether you're talking about the state level or in an organization like the Department of Defense, competition for resources is key. And so we had identified gaps in cybersecurity for installation critical infrastructure. So that's water, power, fuel on our DoD installations. We had been directed to conduct cyber vulnerability assessments on that infrastructure. We used the results of those assessments to identify the nature of the gap. And during the FY 2024 budget bill, I worked with the part of the department that does resourcing to advocate for installation critical infrastructure, cyber hardening at priority DoD installations. So we allocated about $10 million approximately over multiple years for 20 installations, plus some R&D for some OT cybersecurity capabilities that can be shared with states, and we're willing to do that. We're in the process of implementing those cyber hardening actions. Each of the services, the Army, Air Force, and the Department of the Air Force, Department of the Army, and Department of the Navy have put together plans, and I could see a similar process working at the state level where plans are developed, they're funded, and then somebody tracks the process. What I've learned is that governance is really key, that you have to have senior leadership focused on solving this problem to sort of drive the outcomes that Senator Hester's identified in her bill. Thank you, sir.
Okay, additional questions? Senator Watson. And then we'll go to the other side, Senator Carozza, then Brooks, okay? Senator Watson.
Thank you for this. Can you tell me what Illinois did?
Sorry, I believe it's referring to Indiana.
Indiana?
But the state of Indiana introduced a water cyber bill actually one day after Senate Bill 871. Their bill doesn't quite go as far, but they are requiring a POC to be established within each water system, which is similar to this bill. They're requiring incident reporting within 24 hours if it directly impacts the water system. And I think where they go further than Maryland's bill is that they're asking water systems to do a vulnerability assessment every year, and the systems are 500 or more customers. So in Maryland, we're looking at 3,300 or greater, which about 76 systems. Mm-hmm. So it would be a different scale of number of water systems, but at the end of the day, for Indiana's bill, they've assessed that those particular requirements could be handled within house and would not require additional resourcing. But again, there's some nuanced differences between the bills, but that's Indiana's current position.
And can the feds help us at all?
Yes, sir. There are resources available outside of the DoD as well with programs that CISA or EPA and others offer to provide low to no cost training and tools and assistance to the water systems.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hester, thank you for the bill. I'm trying to better understand how this bill would work for the smaller municipal wastewater system. Specifically, I've actually been on site in Berlin, others in my district, Ocean City, City of Salisbury, Somerset County Sanitary District. And I just want to understand under your legislation what they would be required to do, because I know right now the Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater Agencies has concerns about that. And so just really trying to understand what they would be required to do under your legislation.
So under this legislation, they would be required to meet minimum cybersecurity standards and then to assess against those. I think it's every 2 years, whereas the Illinois model was, or Indiana model was every other year. I think there's a bunch of, there's a huge range of things that need to be done. It could be as simple as making sure that the plans for your water cybersecurity or your actual water plant aren't in the public domain. They're not uploaded onto the internet somewhere, or maybe using MFA, on the very, very simple end. On the complex end, I might just turn it over to John, and he could talk a little bit about what might be required to meet some of the minimum standards.
Yeah, certainly. So there, one of the concepts that you may have heard of previously is a concept called zero trust cybersecurity. I won't go into the details, but just highlight that it's something that the department is moving towards very aggressively on its networks. We have developed an implementation approach for applying zero trust to the type of operational technology that's employed in water and wastewater management. We will be, I've committed to Senator Hester that we will be a mission partner. We've talked about conducting with the state of Maryland a number of workshops where we bring in the expertise that we've developed in the department and share it broadly. From my perspective, this is a solvable problem. What we're talking about is being able to reduce the risk of malicious cyber actors that are already acting today and have taken actions against other states from happening in the state of Maryland. It's a combination of people, process, and technology. And we are committed to working with the state of Maryland to figure this out from a crawl, walk, run perspective.
And I appreciate that. I think we have the same shared goal. I'm getting into the mechanics of it, on what it actually means on these smaller municipal systems. The Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater Agencies, I'll just read this one line because it may mean more to you, but as far as interpreting it, but they say they're concerned about viability. We are concerned that penetration testing, pen testing, could damage a utility SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition system, which is the heart of a water distribution and wastewater treatment system. So between this pen testing and this, and I guess they're concerned that it could damage the SCADA system. And I rely on the experts to interpret that, but I just wanted to, I think it's important for us to represent these smaller wastewater systems to know what they actually will be required to do.
Let me address the pen testing,
Okay.
and then I'm going to turn it over to Matt
Thank you.
to answer your question again. So we've actually had that exact question come from MACO. And what we told them is that there's nothing actually in the bill that requires penetration testing. If you look on page 5 on lines 24 through 29, it requires a third party to conduct an assessment of the operational technology and informational technology that they're using based on minimum cybersecurity standards. And what we've done in other utilities and in state government is a maturity assessment first. So it could be a NIST standard, it could be some other kind of standards. They're going to actually develop the minimum cybersecurity standards, but a penetration test is not required underneath this bill.
Okay, that's helpful.
And Senator, the other piece I would like to add, I think, is, when you talk to some people in the water sector, there's kind of the joke of when you've seen one water system, you've seen one water system. To say that, right, every system is different when it comes to what technology they're utilizing, how their systems are configured, all of those pieces. And so within the bill, the goal is really to put people on a path to adopting strong cybersecurity practices. And what's right for one of your water systems in your constituency may not be right for the other. And that's really where it's that discussion between all of the parties involved, led by MDE, to assess what are their needs. And that's where the cybersecurity maturity assessment would come in to say, right, we have X, Y, and Z, we need to secure those, but they're going to be definitely a different system than something like WSSC, which, different scope and scale. And so to say that, one size fits all isn't really going to apply within this bill. It's going to come down to the specifics of that system.
That's very helpful. And so we have you on record that one size does not fit all. So especially with these local ones, that you would work with them on tailoring it to maybe these smaller systems.
Right, and I think that's really where MDE has the lead, but with the expertise of, the other state agencies and partners to really, help people understand what their needs are. If they don't, there are obviously systems that are further along than others on the journey. But again, I think, that's really one of the key critical pieces is it's not saying today that you have to do this. It's we need to assess where you're at and what do you need to do. But as Senator Hester pointed out, there are a lot of basic things that people can do that are low to no cost, ensuring that a person has a unique password, if that we're not sharing a password, or that we've locked a system that people can't just walk up and access that, or that when a third party comes in to do work on the system, that we're aware of what they're doing.
And I think that's helpful to know that there is what we call the low-hanging fruit, the checklist that would increase the security. And I do want to thank the senator for this bill because of the because of the vulnerabilities in this area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Oh, thank you for your testimony. We do have a virtual witness. Is Greg Lehman in the queue? Yes. Okay, Mr. Lehman, we're going to pull you up. You're signed up favorable on Senate Bill 871, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock once we locate you there. Okay, Mr. Lehman, why don't you proceed again, favorable on Senate Bill 871.
I am here, sir.
Okay. Don't be looking at the YouTube or Zoom. Just turn that off. I think you got a little delayed action, so don't. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Well, and thank you, sir, for the opportunity to testify. I think you've heard the most important testimony from the 3 witnesses, from the senator and the 2 witnesses that are there. So I'll forego my prepared testimony, which has also been submitted as written. I would just, I guess, make one point to elaborate on Senator Hester's answer to the question about raised about the municipal in connection with the municipal league. They're concerned about pen testing, and that's just to say a little bit more about what maturity assessment is. So to be clear, a maturity assessment, it looks at organizational capacity. So you're looking at governance, policies, processes, et cetera, against a framework or a standard. This type of assessment does not seek out network or device level vulnerabilities, information about which could be misused. It asks whether an organization has policies requiring cybersecurity awareness training, for example, whether the organization has a routine or a policy for doing vulnerability scanning and patching, whether that scanning and patching includes all mission critical devices and so forth. And there are a number of different maturity models out there. CMMI has one, Department of Energy has another, and so forth. Basically, the way it works is you have a goal, you score it 1 to 5 or 1 to 7, whatever the scale is, and that becomes your assessment. So there's no requirement for pen testing. In fact, that would really not be consistent with a maturity assessment model. So I'll conclude with those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We're going to next go favorable with amendments. Is Don Butchko from MACO here? Don, why don't you come up? You signed up favorable with amendments, okay?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, here favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 871. To be frank, this is probably one of the most important issues that this committee will address this session. Cybersecurity is a major concern for our mutual constituents. Frankly, just keeping the lights and the water on is a basic function of local government. Our concerns with this legislation just come down to math, frankly. Right now, we are in a very tricky state fiscal environment. 250 million plus are about to be in costs or cuts are going to be deferred onto counties. Some of our members are estimating that this legislation will cost approximately $2 million upfront, and that figure will vary dramatically depending on the size and scope of the system, as well as $1 million plus per year thereafter. We want to be at the table. We've had some phenomenal conversations with the sponsor just right before this hearing, but also several others. We are committed to working to find a way forward on this. Again, most of our concerns just come down to math and the current fiscal situation that we're in right now. But we are at the table, and we need to do this. We need to do this. And we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our witness, our MACO witness? Okay, seeing none. We're going to next move. We've got two unfavorable witnesses. I'm going to call Iris Ibigbola. Is Iris here? There, Iris, and we've got Paul Ellington. I see Mr. Ellington in the front row. You're both signed up unfavorable, and Iris, why don't you start?
Sure.
And each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Iris Ibigbola, and I am a Senior Associate of Advocacy and Public Affairs at the Maryland Municipal League. The League requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 871. Our members come from 161 municipalities, cities, towns, and villages with varied water and wastewater system needs. With approximately 90-something water systems and 70-plus wastewater systems based on internal population data for municipalities in the state, we believe that many municipalities will be affected by this bill. Adopting a zero-trust cybersecurity approach can be expensive for municipalities who use water and/or wastewater systems. Many of our municipalities cannot afford to investigate or to invest or upgrade their technology without significantly raising rates. Also, with zero-trust cybersecurity approaches, there is an increased need for continuously managing devices and continuously managing users, which can be very resource-heavy for municipalities with limited technology and limited technical staff. For municipalities with community water and wastewater systems that do not possess this technology, installing and upgrading their water system to include new technology could increase the cost significantly. There's also the possibility that additional well-experienced IT staff and continuous staff training may be necessary. These are not entry-level positions for IT, and municipalities need to possibly foot the bill for this. And couple that with the need for initial third-party compliance assessments, and those assessments needed every 2 years, and there are substantial financial burdens for municipalities in this bill. So because of that, the League requests an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 871. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ellington.
Hi, my name is Paul Ellington. I'm here on behalf of Chrisfield, Cambridge, and Salisbury. Since we signed up, there's been testimony in the House side. There's obviously been testimony by the senator, and we feel that our differences have been addressed, so I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the sponsor, Senator Hester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to our representative from MML, I'm sorry, I don't believe that we've had a chance to talk about this offline like we had with MACO, but I'd be happy to talk further with you. Provided that some of the resources that have been discussed, both from the state and from the federal government, such as assistance with free assessments and different types of guidance and hand-holding. Do you think that that would help to alleviate some of your concerns?
It definitely would alleviate a few of the concerns. I just believe municipalities don't have a large bulk of funds for additional costs, but the funds that are mentioned can definitely help municipalities.
Absolutely. And one more follow-up, if I might. Do you know how many of the municipalities actually run their own systems versus outsource the OT to a vendor?
Not entirely. Don't have the number offhand, but I can definitely get back to you with those numbers.
Yeah, I just think that there's a chain of command, right? Mm-hmm. And we have to make sure that you're actually paying vendors to manage your water. And we have to make sure that you're asked, that not you, but that everybody is asking those vendors the right questions at the right switches are turned on. And just final, a final question, I guess, to go back to your membership and ponder is like, what is the cost of an unsafe water supply? What happens when the worst happens? And we can take that one offline.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the our two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 871. Senator King, I see, Patty, you're here on behalf of Senator King on Senate Bill 733. And the only additional witness, I've got Jeremy Baker. Mr. Baker here, or somebody on
Mr. Chair,
his behalf? Yeah.
I believe that Mr. Baker was supposed to be here testifying in favor for the governor, but he is testifying on the BRFA and the House side right now.
Okay, well then you are the lone witness on this bill.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Patty Horton for Senator King. There are 7 constitutional officers defined in our Constitution: the governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, attorney general, comptroller, treasurer, and adjutant general. Currently, 4 of those 7 positions are held by women, but our Constitution refers to all of those positions with masculine pronouns. For example, when referring to our adjutant general, who is currently Major General Janine Burkhead, the Constitution reads, "There shall be an adjutant general appointed by the governor by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. He shall hold his office until the appointment and qualification of his successor." While masculine pronouns in the Constitution reflected the drafting convention of the time, times have changed, and again, over half of our constitutional officers are women. Senate Bill 733 will remove masculine pronouns as they relate to constitutional officers in the Constitution and replace them with the officer's title or gender-neutral language. With the passage of Senate Bill 733, the sentence I read to you a moment ago would read, "The Adjutant General shall hold the office until the appointment of a qualified and the qualification of a successor." Mr. Chair and Senators, I'm sure there are those who would say we have bigger fish to fry this session. But words matter. And for over 43 years, female constitutional officers have been referred to with masculine pronouns. It is time for our Constitution to reflect, by the choice of our words, the rights and equality of all people. For these reasons, on behalf of Senator King, I respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, questions for Senator King's representative on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 617. And next up, her timing's perfect, Senator Guile walked in, and we're going to take Senator Guile, Senate Bill 617. And I've got Sid Saab, a familiar face. Mary Polino and Melanie Adams are the 3 panelists on this piece of legislation. And Senator Guile, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Don Guile here to present Senate Bill 617. This bill authorizes the State Board of Cosmetology to issue a limited license to provide eyelash extension services. This committee has considered this bill before. It was first passed by the Senate in 2023 without a crossfire in the House. In 2024, it was reintroduced in the House, where it was also passed but did not make it to the Senate for a full vote. Senate Bill 617 is essential as it supports thousands of businesses, many of which are owned and operated by women and minorities. The bill establishes a limited license for lash artists in the state, ensuring that they receive the necessary education while also providing consumer protections for our citizens. Last year, this committee passed Senate Bill 1044, which established a scope of practice for estheticians and included lash services within that scope. However, the board has interpreted the intent of the bill, or misinterpreted the intent of the bill from our perspective, and as a result, lash artists are now required to be licensed as estheticians. Senate Bill 617 seeks to correct this issue. Lash studios specialize solely in lash extensions and should not be required to obtain an esthetician license, which imposes unnecessary expenses and training unrelated to their profession. Recognizing this issue, the board has delayed implementation until October 2025 to allow this body to consider Senate Bill 617. This bill defines the providing eyelash extension services as an individual for compensation the service of cleaning the eye area, applying eyelash primers. It also sets out certain education requirements as well. And for these reasons, I urge the committee to pass a favorable report on Senate Bill 617. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator. I will go to the three panelists. You'll have up to 2 minutes. We'll start with former Dale Sid Saab.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to need 2 minutes. Just for the record, it's always a pleasure to be here in front of EEE Committee. For the record, my name is Sid Saab. I'm here representing the Maryland Esthetician Alliance. We are in strong support of Senate Bill 617. I'm here mainly to answer any questions you may have. In the interest of time, we have some people in the audience that they are here. They're not signed up to testify, but they took time off from work to come here and support this bill. If you can stand up. Those are the ladies that took time off to come here today. And I also want to acknowledge that the State Board of Cosmetology is in support of this bill, and they have sent a letter of support. And thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge the committee for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we'll just go down the table?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Paulino. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I stand before you today as a proud female entrepreneur. Sorry. And a representative of Maryland's vibrant minority-owned business community. My journey in the eyelash industry has been transformative, allowing me to build a business that empowers countless women striving to achieve their dreams. However, I'm deeply concerned about the financial and educational burdens imposed by current regulations on our industry. The current regulation requires all lash artists to obtain an esthetician or cosmetology license, an education costing between $10,000 and $25,000. This is not just an expense, it's a barrier that stifles the industry and disproportionately impacts female minority-owned businesses. Moreover, these programs primarily focus on skincare, facials, waxing skills, unrelated to the specialized techniques of eyelash application. Mandating this license creates an unnecessary burden without improving service quality or safety. The result, small businesses will struggle to hire, forcing many to shut down, eliminating jobs and driving services underground. Many business owners, including myself, have invested our life savings to build and sustain our businesses. If this legislation does not pass, many of us will be forced to close our doors due to the inability to meet licensing requirements. This will not only devastate business owners, but also eliminate job opportunities for aspiring beauty professionals. Senate Bill 617 offers a solution. This bill proposes a limited license tailored specifically to lash professionals, establishing clear health and safety standards while preserving economic opportunities. By implementing proper regulations, we can ensure consumer protection without destroying an industry that has provided countless women with financial independence and business ownership. By passing Senate Bill 617, you ensure the right regulations are in place to protect consumers while also safeguarding livelihoods of hardworking business women and owners. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And we'll go to our last witness. Put the mic a little closer.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Adams. I stand before you today as a mother, an entrepreneur, and a proud owner of 2 lash studios in Northern Maryland that employ over 20 hardworking and wonderful women. I'm here seeking support in passing Senate Bill 617, a bill critical not just for business owners like myself, but consumers, beauty professionals, and the industry as a whole. A dedicated license such as this will establish clear industry standards, ensuring every lash artist is trained properly in hygiene, safe application, and technique, which in turn protects both professionals and our clients. But beyond safety, this bill is about fairness and opportunity. Prior to October 2024, Maryland did not require any specific licensing to perform eyelash extensions. Under those regulations, I built a thriving business and helped create stable, well-paying careers for women, careers that are now at risk. Without the passage of this bill, more than half of my employees will be forced to attend esthetician school. costing upwards of $25,000 and requiring 6 months to a year of training, the majority of which focuses on facials and lashing, not lash extensions, the surface that they specialize in. For many of these women, this isn't a stepping stone, it is a career-ending barrier. The financial burden, the temporary loss of income, and the time commitment required to attend school will force many of them to leave the profession entirely. I have already had heartbreaking conversations with high-earning, dedicated women who have told me that if this bill does not pass, they will have no choice but to abandon the careers they have built. It is not reasonable nor necessary to require extensive and unrelated training for professionals who are already skilled and thriving in a field. We need regulation that makes sense and ensures safety and professionalism without putting people out of work. By passing Senate Bill 617, you are not only protecting jobs and small businesses, but you are raising industry standards in a way that is fair, practical, and beneficial to all. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel. Questions? We'll start with Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Guile, 2 quick questions. One, on page 7, line 22, it requires that the lash extension providers be at least 17 years old. Do you have any idea, and if you don't, you can get back to me, how this compares to other states, that I assume that other laws have been passed in other states? 17 is just kind of younger than we sometimes see.
I don't know. The microphone is... Okay, there we go. I don't know how this compares to other states. We can certainly check and get back to you.
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not sure about other states, but this is in line with estheticians and cosmetologists and barbers and nail techs in the state.
Okay. And Senator Guile, did you say we worked on this bill last year?
Oh, this is why I like this committee.
Hey, nobody needs to answer that. Okay, Senator Washington, we're next.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, so much, and thank you for sticking with this. And I know you. What?
I've got work to do.
Remember, people are watching this. Millions of people are watching this online. We've got a reputation here.
No, there we go. I didn't get it, but your relentless pursuit, because we share that, with the similar with boards, not understanding, this need. So just help me understand that. So before last year, there wasn't you didn't require a license, or it was counted underneath another. Just let me understand what's.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. So no, this was not a regulated space.
Okay.
So for many years, people just did lashes without being unregulated. In 2013, there was a Senate bill. Senator Bidel had a Senate bill, passed the Senate, and then didn't make it in the House. And in 2024, there was a House bill that made it out of the House to the Senate, but didn't get a full vote. So this year, we actually have crossfires on both sides to ensure that this is. And one thing that I think somebody mentioned, that the Board of Cosmetology has agreed to delay the implementation of the law that passed in 2024 until October 2025, so we can get this sort of a bill passed, figured out. So they recognize the issue, and then they want to change it. Thank you.
Great. And then the fee for an eyelash extension service, how much is that, or will they just set that separately?
What do you mean? You mean for the license?
For the license.
Or the actual eyelashes themselves?
No, not the sorry.
I assume that the board sets that license, or sets that license fee.
And then just one more question about the standards of the board setting the standards. They set the training and how many hours is required and that sort of thing?
No, within the statute, it says within the bill, it says that they have to be at least 17 years old, has to complete a 9th grade education or equivalent, and have received training by serving as a registered apprentice for at least 3 months, or successfully completing at least 100 hours of instruction in providing eyelash extension services in a cosmetology school approved by the State Department of Education or MHEC in consultation with the board, or pass a practical and written exam administered by the board.
I guess why I asked is that it sounded as though there was an inconsistency between what we wrote in statute and what the regulation. So I'm concerned about allowing regulation that may in fact not may potentially undo what we're trying to do.
Yeah, let me provide some clarification. So the 2023 bill and the 2024 bill that we were talking about, there's I guess, really three bills. So there was a 2023 bill focused just on lashes that Senator Bidel had sponsored. Then there was a 2024 bill that had passed in the House, did not pass in the Senate. These are different. What we did pass last year was a licensing for estheticians, those that do facials, things like that. The board, and that requires a lot of education, obviously, because they're, work with the skin and things of that nature. So the board has interpreted what we did pass with respect to estheticians to also cover the folks that do, mostly women, that do eyelash extensions. And so the problem is now all those education requirements, those higher education requirements for estheticians are now being imposed upon mostly women that are doing eyelash extensions. And there's no reason why they should have to meet those much more stringent requirements.
And that's why in the bill you have, it's like eyelash only, you're being very specific. So
Exactly.
keep that. Okay.
This is very specific, a license specifically for people that do light eyelashes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for explaining.
Okay. Additional questions for the panel or for the senator? Okay. Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing.
Thank you,
on
Mr.
Senate
Chair.
Bill 617.
Thank you.
Senator Carrozza, can we take you next on Senate Bill 680? And I've got Lisa May as the lone witness. Lisa, come on up. Signed favorable, part of the panel of one. And Senate Bill 680, Senator Carrozza.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and friends and colleagues on EEE. For the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's coast, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I am very pleased to present to you Senate Bill 680. And this legislation updates the continuing education requirements for real estate licensees to reflect current best practices in the industry. Many of Maryland's statutes relating to real estate continuing education have been updated over time, and this bill is meant to remove provisions that have outlived their usefulness and any contradictions that cause confusion among licensees as to their continuing education requirements. These changes include increasing fair housing education requirements from 1.5 hours per cycle to 2 hours per cycle, which is now the industry standard, clarifying that commercial practitioners will take a course on compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act as part of the required coursework, consolidating 2 separate real estate brokerage relationship class offerings into one course required for all licensees, and establishing a single uniform standard for certifying course instructors and course outlines. There is a friendly amendment included in your testimony packet that adds the language, notwithstanding any provision of law, which is meant to clarify that the authority for course providers to select instructors overrides any conflicting requirements in statute, regulation, or policy. And I do appreciate being able to work with the realtors on this bill. I've been an admirer of realtors. When you think about, they help us with our family's most important purchase that we make and a place that we have lifetime of memory. So appreciate being able to sponsor this bill that is just going to improve the continuing education requirements. And I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 680, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. May, up to 2-minute testimony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. I did not ask Senator Carrozza to say those lovely things about realtors, but I'm glad that she did. She gave a very good overview of this bill and all of the little changes that it makes. As she mentioned, we are looking to reduce confusion among real estate licensees on the coursework that they need to take and when. We are streamlining the course approval process for real estate schools and most notably increasing fair housing requirements for residential agents and ADA compliance coursework for exclusively commercial practitioners. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Carrozza or Ms. May? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 680. Let's go to Senator Gallion next. We're going to have 2 Gallion bills. We'll start with Senate Bill 479. I've got 3 panelists, Chip Bertino, Paul Ellington, and Scott Waitleverch. I may have Scott? And, okay, Senator Gallion, you lead off on Senate Bill 479.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, fellow committee members. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion, representing District 35, to introduce SB 479, Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS for short, Public Safety, Emergency, and Public Utility Buildings Exclusion. This bill alters the definition of a covered building as it applies to the state's building energy performance standards to exclude specified public safety, emergency, and public utility buildings. Under this bill, a covered building would now no longer include a building that is designed by any unit of federal, state, or local government for public safety purposes or use as an emergency storm shelter or a public utility building. There are already currently 4 exemptions from the covered building definition, which include historic properties under federal, state, and local law, public or non-public schools, manufacturing building, or an agricultural building. Overall, I do believe we need to reevaluate BEPS as a whole, and we've already talked about that some this year, but I have another bill to also address that. But it's important to understand the significant cost to comply with BEPS, which in turn, those costs will affect our constituents. A significant portion of county budgets already go to public education and public safety, in addition to the extra amount it looks like the state will be handing down to the counties. Public schools are already exempted, as I mentioned, so this bill would take care of the public safety portion. My fear is that these increased costs to comply with BEPS will ultimately fall on the taxpayer. Simply put, I believe we need to let our public safety professionals worry about public safety and not about these standards. Additionally, I also believe an amendment to exclude hospitals from BEPS is necessary and should be discussed. I received an economic analysis that I hope to be able to share with the committee soon from Paramount Energy, which is an energy consultant in Harford County. And they said, using this average size hospital as a guide, this is a hospital in Harford County, they determined that the various investments necessary to comply with BEPS was approximately $100 million. $80 million of this amount has zero economic payback. There are no savings associated with the investment. The remaining $20 million investment would result in the elimination of all natural gas purchases, which cost approximately $700,000 annually, and they would convert, to electrification. However, electrifying the work currently done now by natural gas will require an additional purchase of 26,000 megawatt hours annually. This is a doubling of the hospital's annual electric purchase at a cost in the current market of $2.4 million. That's a net increase of $1.7 million annually, assuming electric prices remain the same, which, as we all know, is highly unlikely. In short, BEPS compliance will cost one average hospital in Harford County $100 million and raise, not lower, but raise the operating cost by $1.7 million annually, according to that report that I hope to get to you. If you view across the entire University of Maryland medical system, the necessary investment for BEPS compliance based on extrapolating the results of this particular hospital is approximately $1.3 billion, and the increased operating costs of moving away from all natural gas purchases is between 17 to 20 million annually. This is simply not cost effective in any way, shape, or form, and residents will in the end bear the ultimate burdens of this policy, end quote. These policies, when fully implemented, are going to have a significant negative impact on our state economy, and I ask for your favorable vote to mitigate some of its economic harm while we still have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you. And you said you do have that? I very much would look forward to seeing the
We'll
analysis
get it emailed
that you
to the
referenced.
committee.
Okay, who would like to go next? Mr. Ellington or
I'll defer to you.
okay, let's start here and then we'll just go to the end of the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. I am Worcester County Commissioner Chip Bertino, and I am here to support Senate Bill 479, which would exclude public safety, emergency, and public utility buildings from building energy performance standard requirements. With Worcester County's vulnerable position as a coastal county prone to hurricanes and coastal flooding, our county must consider the impact of building energy performance standards on public safety buildings and emergency shelters. While the majority of the large buildings in the county will still be required to meet energy performance standards, this bill creates an exemption for buildings like our government center, which houses the Sheriff's Office and the Emergency Operations Center, EOC. It's the team at the EOC that provides updates during storms and coordinates the response to the array of emergency situations, ranging from medical waste washing up on beaches to fires and grain bins that Worcester County faces any given year. It only makes sense for facilities like the Government Center, which need to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to maintain diversified energy portfolios so its power supply is never in question and is constant. We urge you to support Senate Bill 479, which is a practical approach to balance environmental goals with the need to ensure local jurisdictions are able to provide essential public safety services. Thank you for your service, your time, and your consideration of this bill.
Okay, Mr. Ellington.
Hi, my name's Paul Ellington. I do represent Worcester, but the commissioner's a better witness than I. But I'm here on behalf of Crisfield and Salisbury to support the bill. The senator already cited the current exemptions, and we're simply asking that it be extended to public safety because of the economic impact that it would have on those small towns. But also we speak in support of the proposed amendment for the hospital, Crisfield in particular, as precarious. We support McGrady Hospital, but we're always fighting to keep it open, and anything that we can do to helpfully mitigate some of the cost would provide the much needed services to our citizens. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we go to our final witness on the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Scott Waitlevich with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we support Senate Bill 479. The committee has more detailed written testimony outlining Columbia's support of the legislation, but as the committee knows and the senator has touched on, the BEPS regulations will force covered building owners to incur major costs to electrify and weatherize their buildings and meet goals in the future. On a statewide basis, these costs are expected to be in the billions of dollars, and covered Maryland building owners include state and local governments. I wanted to remind the committee that MDE's own estimate of economic impact in the final regulations calculate that covered building owners will spend more than $5.7 billion on efficiency and weatherization measures to achieve $1.2 million in energy cost savings without an energy use intensity, and those estimates climb to more than $15 billion spent on efficiency and electrification measures to provide approximately $9 billion in energy savings with the addition of EUI standards. Senate Bill 479, if passed, would reduce the significant financial impact state and local governments currently face if they own a building that falls under the BEPS regulations. As has been mentioned, the public safety, emergency storm, and public utility buildings would be exempt. Columbia believes the requirements of Senate Bill 479 are appropriately and reasonably crafted policies relating to reducing the financial impact of BEPS to state and local governments and their taxpayers, and we support the legislation and urge a favorable report on it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Carrozza.
Mr. Chair, Senator Gallion, thank you for sponsoring this bill, and I'm glad to be a co-sponsor of it.
Thank you.
My question is directed to my own home, Worcester County Commissioner Chip Bertino. In your testimony, you specifically tie your support to a practical way to balance environmental goals with the need to ensure local jurisdictions are able to provide essential public safety services. Can you expand a little bit on the public safety services aspect?
Well, it's from our position as a small rural county, we need to ensure that our EOC is operating fully. For us to take on the responsibility of putting all of our eggs in one energy basket would be a tremendous strain on us, and would also add to the unpredictability of whether or not we would be able to provide the services necessary for our residents. We do recognize and share that we need to balance energy needs, but in this particular narrow instance, we believe that emergency operations should be exempt from that to ensure that we can provide the services that our people come to rely on.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have one witness unfavorable. Thank you to Senator Gallion and the team there. Benjamin Rush is unfavorable. Come up here. And again, this topic of BEPS is a hot topic. I think we're going to definitely see some action this session on the subject. So, sir, you're here unfavorable, and you've got up to 2 minutes. Okay.
Great, thank you. I'm Ben Rausch. I'm a mechanical and fire protection engineer. I am also the chair of the Maryland Green Building Council, and I am here in my private role, not as a representative of the council. These buildings can electrify. I want to be clear, there are exemptions in BEPS already, currently, that allow generators for emergency operation centers. You can build an all-electric emergency operation center. So if your electricity goes out and your generator doesn't work, your gas equipment can't run, can't operate. It needs power to run. You got to run your fan. You got to run your controls. So having gas or not having gas is not really a question of reliability. I do agree that there is a tremendous cost here, and that is why schools were exempted in the first place. So if that is your main driver, great. That is a reason to pass this forward. But operations, reliability, and the ability to remove gas from your building should not be part of that consideration. Hold on, I took notes. I want to say it again. Generators are allowed in BEPS. You are allowed to have them for places that the code would require you to have that gas backup. So all of these will have fully backed up generator systems that run emergency systems, and EOC will have to be entirely operable on generator systems. So again, they can remove gas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our witness? Unfavorable? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 479. We're going to go back to Senator Gallion on Senate Bill 779, and I want to welcome Senator Reedy, all the way from the Senate Finance Committee, as our guest. This piece of legislation is jointly assigned. Senator Gallion, I've got 4 panelists, actually some of the same folks. Well, I've got Paul Ellington, Chip Bertino, again, come back up. Mr. Morgan, Euripsy Morgan, I'm sorry, apologize. And Scott from Columbia Gas, why don't you come back up? Those are the 4 panelists on the bill, Senate Bill 779. And Senator Gallion, the floor is yours.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, fellow committee members. For the record, once again, Senator Jason Gallion introduced SB 779, the Climate Solutions Affordability Act of 2025. Colleagues, this bill simply adds the language to the extent economically practicable to each provision of the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022. By definition, this means that it needs to be done in a cost-effective way that's reasonable and feasible. For example, a local grocery store owner spending $7 million to renovate one location and upgrading all lighting and refrigeration equipment in the store to only achieve a reduction in emissions of about 15% is not cost-effective for a business owner. I think we all agree here this year between the budget and our energy issues that we're dealing with storms at the state level, and not all these storms are caused by climate change. An area I don't think is talked about enough is the business climate crisis we are facing in this state. Per CNBC's top states for business, our neighbors to the north in Pennsylvania rank 17th overall for business, and our neighbors to the south in Virginia rank first, while Maryland fell 13 spots to 37th. The reasoning for this decline is listed as deteriorating business climate that discourages new investments and expansions, infrastructure deficiencies, which include roads, bridges, ports, airports, utilities, and development sites, prohibitive costs of doing business. Maryland's is the fourth most expensive state for business operations. Stagnant workforce development and regional competition, as mentioned previously. This legislation would create flexibility for businesses in our state to break free from the regulatory burdens the Climate Solutions Now Act causes due to the costly building energy performance standards. Once again, we're back to the BEPS and what it forces upon businesses. If you look at our surrounding states, they do not have these requirements. So my question would be, if you were a business owner, why would you want to come to Maryland when the things are so much more stringent? The electrification goals in the Climate Solutions Now Act from 3 years ago are simply too much at the wrong time. We're all very well aware of the surge in utility bills that we've heard about from our constituents and are facing in our own homes. On December 14th, 2023, a little over a year from the passage of the Climate Solutions Now Act, the PSC approved a 3-year rate increase, voting unanimously because the company, that company being BG&E, said, quote, it was necessary to cover continued investments in the electric and gas distribution systems in order to sustain safe and reliable service and to increase system resiliency in the face of Maryland's increasing electrification goals, end quote. Our residents are struggling. I have countless emails, and I know you all do too, of folks who are simply struggling to afford their utility bill payments because they basically turn into a second mortgage payment for some of our constituents. That's why I'm also proposing an amendment to repeal the Empower Maryland program. We've heard plenty of long-term solutions. We've talked in this committee a good bit about things such as nuclear, which I think is very good, and I'm very in favor of that. But honestly, our constituents can't wait for any kind of relief. The short-term immediate solution, while it does need some discussion, wouldn't be that a huge decrease, but it'd be somewhat of a decrease. I've heard $40 to $50 a month and that would be a help from the budget constraints that our constituents are dealing with. A recent poll was released from UMBC, the Malaya Cromer poll that I'm sure everybody's familiar with, that states 65% of Marylanders view the cost of household energy bills as a high priority issue. 2/3 of Marylanders rate their economic conditions as poor or fair, and 49%, a plurality in that poll, say Maryland is on the wrong track. Let's try to get Maryland headed back on the right track by passing Senate Bill 779. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gallion. Mr. Ellington, why don't you start, and then we'll just go down. Everybody's got up to 2 minutes.
All right, I'll be brief. My name is Paul Ellington. I do represent Worcester, but I defer to the chair, to the commissioner. But Crisfield and Salisbury and Cambridge, I also represent. And every day we have businesses that are threatening to leave and simply go across state lines. They still service the customers in Maryland. They just don't. They aren't subjected to any of the regulations. So I would just simply ask that you take that into consideration and offer a favorable report of the senator's bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, my name is, again, Worcester County Commissioner Chip Bertino, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 779, which would give counties more flexibility in meeting the state's climate goals. The Climate Solutions Now Act includes laudable climate goals, but little information on the costs associated with moving the state to clean energy. As the substantial financial implications of these changes become clear, I am grateful lawmakers like Senator Gallion have acknowledged the significant expense that comes with reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This bill provides local governments and school systems with more latitude in meeting the state's climate target. It ensures that compliance with the new standards does not impose an excessive financial burden on local governments. As a local government official, I appreciate this common sense approach and legislators' support of counties as they partner with the state to move Maryland toward net zero. I urge you to provide a favorable report to Senate Bill 779, and I thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Europe C. Morgan. I am both attorney and a member of the media, but I'll be speaking first as an attorney and a resident of Anne Arundel County. As an attorney, I practice in primarily estate planning and probate work. And to Senator Gallion's point, and many others who have stated that a lot of our residents are leaving because it is simply unaffordable to live here, I can absolutely back that up. Maryland does not require wills to be notarized, but I can tell you that the majority of my clients ask for their wills to be notarized because other states like Pennsylvania and Florida do, and they are leaving. And they are leaving in droves because it is simply unaffordable to be here. Now, as a member of the media, I can tell you a couple things. Like a lot of other members, or a lot of other Marylanders, I recently opened my electric bill and was absolutely horrified. However, unlike a lot of other Marylanders, I've had the opportunity to follow what this committee and other committees in the Senate and in the House have done over the last several years in relation to climate change. I've had the opportunity to follow the bills that have passed and the bills that have had the most impact on Marylanders' wallets. And I can tell you that the number one issue is the cost of living. And right now, it's those $800 energy bills that a lot of people are facing. It is the direct result of poorly planned climate change policy. For example, the 2023 Public Service Commission, which unanimously approved those BGE rate hikes, due in large part to the state's electrification goals, not needs. To the extent economically practicable, which is what we're talking about here, is not a dismissal of real climate concerns, but it is a realization of Marylanders' economic realities. And so I urge you to support this bill. And as we see now, Marylanders are already upset about these rising economic prices. Wait until they find out about the $800 million debt from the Empower Maryland bill, which, by the way, is on page 2 of your energy bill. Wait until they find out that we are on the hook for that. So as a member of the media, these are the things that we are hearing.
Hey, thank you. Scott, why don't you go clean up here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, I'm Scott Waitlevich with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we support Senate Bill 779. The committee has additional written detailed testimony about our support, but as the senator mentioned, this piece of legislation would require actions mandated by the Climate Solutions Now Act to be carried out to the extent economically practicable. This includes requirements concerning achieving certain direct greenhouse gas emission reductions from buildings, measuring and reporting direct emission data from the department or to the Department of the Environment, the BEPS regulations, achieving certain greenhouse gas emission reductions, achieving zero emission vehicle goals relating to the state vehicle fleet and local school buses, and other provisions. The amending of the CSNA and its requirements to include, to the extent economically practicable, will reduce the cost increases to all Marylanders that will occur with the implementation of BEPS and other CSNA provisions. Addressing climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions is important. However, such an important priority should not come at the expense of damaging the state's economy and Maryland's economic competitiveness. Senate Bill 779 is a common sense approach to the issue. We believe the requirements of the bill are appropriately and reasonably crafted policies and would support a favorable report on Senate Bill 779.
Okay, thank you. We'll take some questions. We'll start with Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, and thank you, Senator, for at least us having this conversation for sure. I just want to start by saying I'm just appalled at the pricing right now that's happening with BG&E and the approval that the PSC did with that multi-year rate plan that our constituents are now dealing with. I mean, it's just appalling, and we do have to do something about that. With that being said, this bill doesn't really do anything about that as far as the way that I understand it and the way that this is here. If you look at the testimony from the Maryland Department of the Environment, they say, which is my understanding of what you're seeking to amend, that they already are, because we do that every single time. I always make sure that we do that, making sure that whatever policies that they're doing, that there is a test on the economics of it. What they say is that by putting this language in here, economically practicable, I can't even say it, that it's unclear like what that even means, it's undefined, it's not something. How do you respond to that?
Sure. So, and that was looking at this, I said, what actually is the definition of economic? And when looking it up, according to, I can give you the direct answer here. I had that looked up. Non-fiscal. Let me have that. Just a minute. So the textbook definition is it needs to be done in a cost-effective way that's reasonable and feasible. But when MDE says that that's really not defined, if you look later on, it's either in the fiscal note or maybe in their testimony, there's other things that they mention, hey, we're looking at economic feasibility. So I don't see how they can say they don't understand the meaning of that term when they reference it later.
So, Senator, we put cost effectiveness throughout these. This is what I'm trying to, that's what I was saying. Like we use cost effectiveness and throughout our energy policy that's in there. At least I know that I always try to make sure that that's something that's there, but that this is not a term that we use normally in our statute, and so could create some confusion just as you're like trying to figure it out, like versus some of the things that are already there. That's, I think, a significant part of what you're hearing with that. And that's the only thing that I was talking about.
I'd be more willing to look at tightening that language up.
I'm happy to talk to you about it. We already have cost effectiveness built into significantly the things that are there, and that's just, but we can work together, as you well know, on trying to, bigger picture, which is make energy more affordable for Maryland. So that's something we must do.
I appreciate that. And like, the school, with the school buses, I know there's some, to me, this would be another tool in the toolbox that would help them, but I look forward to working with you any way we can bring costs down.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Morgan, thank you for being here. You have a unique ability to take very complex issues and to crystallize them. And with that, this question is for you. We've talked about the business climate crisis. You talked a little bit about in your testimony, and so did the other witnesses. You also touched on the expectations of the people, especially the financial struggles that so many Marylanders are going through. And now you've heard some of the technical questions that are being raised here on trying to push forward legislation that would actually provide some of the relief that our constituents expect. Taking those different issues, the business climate, the expectation of our constituents, what we're trying to do here today, how would you summarize where we are in the next step forward, Ms. Morgan?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator. I would characterize it as death by 1,000 cuts. The people that come into my office as an attorney are not millionaires. We're not talking about, well, if they are, they're folks that bought their house 30 years ago and then the tax assessments came out and look, lo and behold, now they're millionaires, right? So these are ordinary people who have ordinary jobs who are just trying to raise a family. And they are feeling the pinch from everywhere. A lot of these folks are small business owners, and the taxes, the regulations, the fees, the property tax assessments, the school issues that are going on, and then they're hearing in the news what's going on, what the proposed taxes that are coming, and particularly when it comes to energy, because again, this is one of those issues that folks everywhere opened their electric bills in January and were absolutely astounded. And I can tell you, as a member of the media, I still fill in on a radio station a couple of times a month, a couple of times a week. And this has been the critical issue. People do not understand how we can both at the same time say that we want to completely electrify or dramatically increase our reliance on electricity in this state for climate change purposes, and not expect there to be a dramatic increase in the very same carriers that distribute our energy. It is absolutely astounding. And when we talk about these issues, people are, I think, even more astounded that we didn't see this coming. And so when there is an option, Pennsylvania, and I tell you this as an estate planning attorney, I have spoken to grandparents who say, I want to be here to take my kids off the school bus. I want my grandkids. I want to be here so I can go to their baseball games. But I could also just move to Pennsylvania, buy a house right across the border, not deal with all these taxes and fees, or Virginia, and still be able to see my grandkids on the weekends. These are heartbreaking choices that Marylanders are making every single day.
And is it fair to say the expectation is when we have a bill like this, a common sense bill that's been put forward, we would work through it and answer the questions but provide some relief?
Oh, absolutely. I can tell you that when I talk to residents and they say, yeah, but didn't they try this or but didn't they try that? And I tell them, I walk them through the 2024 Empower Maryland amendment, right, which is a big part of the reason why people are seeing on page 2 of their BGE bill the dramatic increase of the Empower Maryland surcharge. And again, there is an $800 million unfunded debt there that ratepayers are going to pay. $800 million on top of what we're seeing right now. When they see these things and they start connecting the dots, they say, how could our legislators not have taken into account the direct impact that it would have on us? And to be honest, I can't answer that question.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Brooks next.
Thanks, Ms. Morgan. Thanks for your testimony. Quick question. Do you think that any of the costs or any of those high rates that we experienced in January had anything to do with the weather? That, you know, and that, yeah, we all had those higher bills, but, you know, it's a little bit more complicated, you know, and of course, when supply is low, you know, then of course costs go up. I think we probably too, because costs have not risen to this level before, you know, there are things that we should be doing that probably we didn't pay attention to before, trying to mitigate some of our usage, you know, probably doing things off-peak hours, investing, those who can, investing in solar panels. All of those things can help mitigate costs, you know. Yeah, I too was surprised when I got my utility bill, you know. But you know, it's when we look at that capacity auction, and as you know, we're part of an RTO, Regional Transmission Organization, and PJM is the one who, you know, makes the deals with the generators, you know, and they just supply us, all 13 states that are part of that RTO, and the District of Columbia, yeah. So as legislators, yeah, there are things that we can do. Of course, our power is somewhat indirect because
Hey, Senator, is there a question in there? Because we could debate. This is not a simple issue. I don't want to go back and forth about the debate about the underlying challenges involving supply, demand, energy rates.
Gotcha, Chair.
So
yeah, okay.
I just got to mean to cut you off.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, but there are other factors that are related just to this, just in addition to what you were saying.
Yes, and so just to respond to that quickly then, Senator Brooks, I absolutely thank you for opening the door to that conversation, because you're absolutely right. A lot of this has to do with the distribution rate. So that's also the second surcharge that you're going to see on your BGE bill is a distribution rate. That has a direct impact or direct correlation to the fact that this state has closed down 7 coal-fired power plants since 2018, which means that we now have to import 40% of our electricity at a higher cost. And yes, places, because we are part of the PJM distribution, the power grid, a lot of our energy comes from places like Pennsylvania and Ohio. And it's basically akin to us ordering out every night, because a lot of that
I don't want to interrupt. I mean, the committee's been involved with that issue. I think we're going to,
but nothing's
we're well aware.
changed.
I understand, but you know, okay, I'll let you finish your thought. But again, I feel like we're getting into sort of a debate about the underlying reasons for the rate increases that, approved by the Public Service Commission, not by the public, not by this body. There was the Public Service Commission that approved those increases.
You're absolutely right.
So, and coal-fired power plants retiring. Make the case. Economics of coal around the nation, red state America. It's not a uniquely Maryland problem where coal-fired power plants are not economical relative to natural. So we could have that debate for hours here. kind of want to shut it down a little bit. Okay, you can finish your final thought, and then we'll take some additional questions, okay?
Thank you. So I would just say that Senator Gallion's bill, when he talks about what is economically practicable, I think that we can all, in a common sense ability, understand that what we're talking about is looking long-term to things like closing down 7 power plants and having to import 40% of our energy. And yes, it was cold, but I'll tell you, my daughter was born in 2014. That was the winter, if you all remember, when it snowed for it seemed like an entire month and a half. I didn't leave the house for about 6 weeks because we were snowed in. Energy bills were not where they are today because we should have been able to foresee the closing of so many power plants, the reliance of so much energy from outside, and the increase of that reliance and what it would do to Marylanders.
Okay. And again, okay, I don't want to go back and forth. I feel like I'm getting sucked in here into a debate on the floor with Senator Reedy or some. Oh, I see Senator Reedy's light on.
Yeah, right.
You want to get involved here?
I'm not going to get.
Or you don't want to wait till?
Out of respect for the fact that I'm a visiting member, I'm not going to get into that specific thing. I don't get to see some of this testimony all the time.
It's boring over there to find. This is where the action is in this
energy.
committee.
It's electric in here. So Senator Gallion, I'm curious about. I didn't even know this. I was looking at some of the testimony. Part of what's economically practicable is the cost that get passed to both consumers but also local government. And I'm looking at the testimony here from some bus sales folks. So apparently to get a 2026 safety liner C2 bus, which is I think state of Maryland specs for their state buses and for locals, diesel bus is $145,000, which is not cheap. An electric vehicle bus, an EV bus, is $360,000 estimated. And apparently, if you put an air conditioning into a bus that's an EV, it's more expensive to put an air conditioning in than it is in a moment. I mean, I was surprised it was that big of a difference. And we're facing a budget deficit, which I think we all may have heard. And so, I mean, can you talk a little bit about how this bill, even if this bill was passed in a scaled down form, I'd be for passing it, move favorable right now, but I think maybe there's some skeptics on the committee. I mean, but if we could even target economically practicable towards certain things that drive costs, I mean, I don't know if you could.
Sure. So the buses are kind of already in that original bill, as we talked with Senator Augustine. But you know, there's a lot of other considerations I think we need to look at when with the buses for with the batteries, what it takes to. The parts that go into that battery and the environmental implications from where that stuff's being mined and all that kind of stuff. I think these are some unintended consequences that we need to really kind of look. That would be more on the environmental aspect of it.
Yeah.
But definitely with the cost. I mean, this, as I mentioned, this would be another tool in the toolbox, kind of an off ramp to help businesses of all different sizes that are struggling to do this.
Is it not true? And I'm not trying to get into the last debate because it's one that we could have all afternoon. But is it not true that electrifying everything is going to add greater demand? It's a cost to do it.
Absolutely.
And it's going to add greater demand on the grid.
Yeah, so you go to electrification. As was mentioned, we're already, there's 40% of our electricity we don't produce in state. As you well know in your district, dealing with issues with power lines. I mean, all that stuff's going to add to the ratepayers. So this is not a bill for this time. I have a bill, I believe, next week that's going to deal with nuclear. As my good friend from Senator 10, we talk about nuclear, SMR a good bit, but also don't want to go off on another bill, but I believe that natural gas is the bridge to get there. And we'll talk about that in a future piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the courtesy.
Yeah, including tomorrow afternoon. Come watch those hearings on natural gas, nuclear. We need more generation energy. We can all agree on that. Okay. Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that will conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 779. And I think Senator Muse is he behind the podium here? Oh, there he was behind Guy. I didn't even see you there. Okay, Senator, you got a whole glimpse into energy policy world here.
I did. I learned a lot.
And we're going to transition to Senate Bill 587. Senator Muse, got Davon Love here. As part of your panel, Robert Richard Turner. Let's see. Those are your two designated panelists, but do you have anybody else you want to bring up?
There are others, 1, 2, yes.
I mean, I'm looking at Kaja Ba
yes.
is signed favorable. If she wants to come up, she's welcome to. I got Ken Phelps Jr. signed favorable, and Nicole Bruno all signed favorable in person. We do have some virtual testimony too, but if any of the names I called are signed favorable and you're here in person, then why don't you just join the table? Is there anybody else you wanted? We got one more seat or two if you got anybody.
If anyone else wants to come, feel free.
In person, straight favorable. Okay.
Favorable.
Senator Muse, Senate Bill 587.
Thank you very much. This is really the committee where everything is happening, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. For the record, I'm Senator C. Anthony Muse, representing the 26th Legislative District, and as you said, among those who are here on my panel is Reverend Dr. Turner. He's the senior pastor of Empowerment Temple AME Church in Baltimore. By the way, he's written a book on that entitled Creating a Culture of Repair, Taking Action on the Road to Reparations. And it's a wonderful book. I'm grateful that he is here. Devon, I'm glad you're here, and our witnesses as well. Now, Senate Bill 587 establishes the Maryland Reparations Commission to study and recommend, this is all that it does, to study and to recommend appropriate benefits for individuals impacted by historical racial inequalities in Maryland. This commission is necessary because, as we all know or have read, Maryland has a long history of racial inequities, from slavery to present-day disparities in wealth, education, housing, and health care. The effects of these injustices still shape the lives of many Marylanders today. Addressing these harms is not just about acknowledging history, but it's about creating a more equitable future. The key responsibilities of the commission would include, number one, to study historical injustices, investigate how past injustices have led to ongoing systematic disparities in Maryland and indeed in America, but for us now, it's in Maryland. To recommend meaningful benefits, that's number two, propose economic, educational, and community-based solutions that ensure reparations are impactful. The third thing it does is to establish fair criteria, develop transparent eligibility guidelines to ensure fairness in recommendations, and number four, examine nationwide efforts, that is, analyze reparations initiatives across the country to identify effective modes and best practices. Furthermore, Maryland is not alone in addressing reparations. Several states and municipalities have taken similar steps. For example, California established a reparations task force in 2020, which produced a detailed report in June 2023 recommending monetary compensation, policy reforms, and public apologies. The recommendations are currently under legislative review. New York created a Reparations Commission in 2023 to examine potential reparations for Black residents. In January 2025, the governor of New York proposed a one-year extension and an additional $5 million in funding to support ongoing research. And right here in Maryland and in Greenbelt, following a 2021 referendum where 63% of the voters in my county supported the creation, Greenbelt established a 21-member commission to investigate and recommend reparations for African Americans and Native American residents. This commission is actively reviewing historical injustices and developing educational materials to inform the community. And these initiatives demonstrate a growing recognition of the need to address historical injustices through structured, research-driven approaches. Establishing the Maryland Reparations Commission aligns with these efforts, aiming to develop actionable recommendations to rectify systematic disparities and promote equity within the state. In closing, there is a broader impact by establishing this commission. By investing in justice, this will foster economic growth, stronger communities, and a more inclusive Maryland, and I really do believe that. The commission will also provide a structured, research-driven approach to reparations, ensuring that any action that is thoughtful, that any action taken is thoughtful, fair, and effective. And while there is a small fiscal impact, the long-term benefits of equity and social stability outweigh the cost. This is an important issue. I hope that we will take this up to at least look at it and investigate it. Therefore, I respectfully urge this committee to give SB 587 a favorable report to advance the critical conversation and move Maryland toward a more just and equitable future. I'll stop there, and if there are any other questions, I'll take.
Well, let's take your panel, and then we'll open questions. Who'd like to go first? Whoever grabs the mic first goes first, and each of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? And tell us who you are.
Reverend Dr. Robert Turner, pastor of Empowerment Temple. I'm delighted to be here to shed light on an issue that definitely deserves the attention of this august body. Maryland is a wonderful state, but as every state and every even person, there are some issues in the history and the past practice. This state has been a part of the worst form of slavery the world has ever seen. This state also fought on both sides of the Civil War. It had 60,000 fight for the Union and 25,000 fight for the Confederacy. This state, after emancipation, saw racial terror. Blacks were lynched indiscriminately. This state also has seen and created redlining and saw segregation and Jim Crow and the experimentation on black bodies such as Henrietta Lacks. But also this state has birthed some of the greatest individuals that ever lived. Harriet Tubman from the Eastern Shore, liberator, came back and freed hundreds, thousands of enslaved people. Frederick Douglass, great abolitionist. Thurgood Marshall. We know the power of Marylanders. We hope that in that same spirit of Harriet, of Frederick, and Thurgood Marshall, and several others, that this body passes this bill, this committee, so we can truly have a study. Not knowing the history doesn't mean it didn't happen. And not studying to find an answer does not make problems go away. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's go down the table. Tell us your name.
Good afternoon. Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Malcolm X once said in response to a question about whether or not black people have made sufficient progress in the society, he said that you can't put a knife in a person's back 9 inches, pull it out 3 and say you've made progress. You can't pull the knife completely out and say you've made progress. You have to begin to heal the wound. The reason I begin with that is because when we think about the project of European domination of the world, which includes America as Europe's little brother, and you think about the impact that it had on people of African descent prior to that intervention, people of African descent had sovereign territories with control over the life-preserving institutions necessary for a people to be functional in civil society. Food distribution systems, transportation, education, housing, maternal health. These are all arenas of civil society that any sovereign people has control of those institutions responsible for maintaining the welfare of that community and their people. Unfortunately, people of African descent, both here in Maryland, in the United States, and around the world, are largely dependent on communities outside of ours to meet our basic needs, that we do not own sufficient interest in major industries that are responsible for generating a favorable position in the world. So when we think about the importance of reparations, we're not just talking about individual cash compensation. I think that's something that should be on the table. But we have to look at the fact that the outcome of the terror that people of African descent have faced, one of the impacts that it's had is decimated the ecosystem of institutions that any people needs to navigate this world in a way where you can exist in it from a position of strength. And unfortunately, we're relegated in many respects to being reliant on the benevolence of folks outside of our communities, right? And so the importance of studying the impact of enslavement in Maryland is, again, not just to assess the individual impacts that it did to black folks. That's important. We're going to, document some of those individual instances, but to look at the very nature of the institutional impacts that stay with us today, right? That the ability to have economic self-determination is something that is an important part of the process of reparations, and you have to study the history of enslavement in order to get a clear picture of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next witness.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Keegan, and members of the committee. My name is Khadija Bai, and I'm testifying today in my personal capacity as a college student and as someone who has studied the history of institutional racism in America. I want to clarify that I would not personally receive consideration for reparations, as I am a second-generation Senegalese immigrant. My support for this bill comes from my understanding of Maryland's history and my belief in addressing the past and ongoing oppression of African-American individuals. The legacy of racial discrimination in Maryland is not just history. It continues to harm Black communities today, especially through the ongoing lead poisoning crisis. For decades, discriminatory housing practices concentrated Black communities in older, poorly maintained housing with lead-based paint, resulting in higher exposure to lead dust and ultimately creating significant disparities in lead poisoning rates compared to other racial groups. In 2004, 95% of Maryland homes built before 1950 and 75% of those built between 1950 and 1976 still contained lead. Black children are up to 4 times more likely than white children to be exposed to lead, increasing their risk of cognitive impairments, learning disabilities, and behavioral disorders. Those affected are 7 times more likely to drop out of high school, reinforcing cycles of poverty and racial inequality. Reparations are not unprecedented in the United States. Through the Japanese American Evacuation Claims Act of 1948, Congress allocated $38 million adjusted for inflation in reparations to Japanese Americans who were forcibly detained during World War II. Then, 40 years later, Congress, through the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, offered a full apology in what is now $20,000 after adjusting for inflation to every individual victim of the Japanese internment camps. By 1999, over $1.6 billion had been paid to more than 82,000 individuals. While the government compensated Japanese Americans who were unjustly detained, similar efforts have not been made for Black Americans who endured generations of government-sanctioned discrimination. Maryland now, through this act, has the opportunity to correct this by studying and addressing these long-term harms. For these reasons, I urge favorable consideration for Senate Bill Maryland Commission for Reparations.
Okay, you got it. That's the right way to end. Okay, let's go to our last witness on the table before we take additional witnesses, and tell us who you are.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Nicole Bruno. I'm a PG County resident, and I'm here to support the establishing of Maryland Reparations Commission. The culture of white supremacy is pervasive and often unseen, much like a fish unaware of the water that it swims in. It affects nearly everything this committee oversees: ethics and elections, veterans, housing, community development, land use, education, government affairs, and the list goes on. Currently, we are experiencing a pandemic of hate, cruelty, and erasure, attempting to tear us apart and leave hopelessness in its wake, and it's intentional. Dr. King said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. What he didn't say was that arc bends only when enough people demand something different, when policies protect rather than control, and when leaders have the courage to do what is right. I know some will oppose this commission, arguing that now is not the right time, that this is a relic of the past, or fiscally difficult. Throughout history, people have dreamt their way into new realities, including Harriet Tubman envisioning freedom from slavery, and our founding fathers rejecting the rule of a king. The futures we take for granted today began as radical ideas. If we had excused away the abolishment of slavery because it was fiscally irresponsible, or remained complacent in systems of the past, more than half the people in this room today might be owned by others at this table. If we do not even allow for this conversation to begin and push it to the next time, we ensure that revisionist history and injustice remain unchecked. Establishing this commission is not the finish line, it's a starting place. I also recognize the critical role of white allies, which is why I'm here today. Acknowledging and repairing historical injustice is not the responsibility of Black communities. It requires collective action and support from those in positions of power. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are the strengths of our country's legacy, not its burden, and we have a responsibility towards that legacy. I believe Maryland has the courage to step into this moment with leadership and conviction, and the time is now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take questions. We're going to go to Senator Augustine and then Senator Washington.
This question is for Brother Pastor Turner. First of all, thank you so much for your advocacy on this issue. You didn't talk about your literal journeys from Baltimore to the White House by foot each month, and how long you've been doing that with regard to reparations and raising the on this?
Been doing that now since 2022, 29 times.
Okay. That you've walked it, right? So did you had a chance to walk it within either January or February?
Yes.
Can you share how that might well be different given the change in administration, how and where we find ourselves today?
Yes. This past January on Dr. King's holiday, also the same day as the president's inauguration. It was by far one of the coldest days of my life, and walking took about 16, 17 hours. And when I went into D.C. area, everything was barricaded off, and a lot of the Trump supporters who were there said some of the most vile and offensive things that I couldn't even repeat in decent company before this great committee. And to my dismay, not only were my hands freezing, but my cell phone battery had died. So I had no access to anybody. And my drivers who escorted me couldn't go through the barricade. So I was literally by myself carrying a wreath of 400 flowers, dyed black, 400 roses dyed black, symbolic of the 400 years of oppression that Black people have endured in this nation. But thankfully, I made it to the White House for the, at that time, 28th time, and I just did it this past February, and for the 29th time, and it was again cold. But I will continue to do it as long as God gives me strength. And next month, I plan to do it on the 10th, celebrating in recognition of Harriet Tubman on March the 10th for the 30th time.
Well, that's my birthday, so
wow.
It's gonna work out quite nicely. I'm really grateful for it, and this is an important bill, and I'm really grateful, Senator, for you bringing it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. We'll next go to Senator Mary Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Muse, for carrying this bill, and all of you for your perfect testimony. As I shared with the committee when there was another bill presented on this topic, this approach, I think Mr. Love mentioned that it's not just about individuals, and that's what's different about, or what's important about this is that this commission is looking at both, is directed to look at short, mid-range, as well as long-term recommendations. And so the sort of the summary of it is a little off because it's kind of classifying it as a benefits it says it's for benefits, but I guess the question is that it's my understanding that it's going to identify specifically the role of local and state governments in supporting the institutions of slavery and denying access to rights, safety, privilege, or property solely on the basis of the condition of servitude or prior condition of servitude. So that's one, that there's local, very specific, not general prejudice or bias, but that they're very similar. And then the second is identifying the forms of discrimination both in public and private sectors against freed slaves and free people and their descendants. And I appreciate you mentioning that one of the discussions was about, this is about Maryland, and I wasn't born in Maryland. There are people whose family's not in Maryland, so I'm advocating for this, but there's not the contemplation that it's directly those who are being identified as being formed. But then also recognizing that those harms didn't just stop during Reconstruction. In fact, they started again in 1903 in DC. But then finally that there are specific lingering negative impacts, on individuals currently living. And so then that's more of the kind of long-term what we see in our communities. Would that be correct, that that's sort of the formulation of what this committee is doing in contrast perhaps to what maybe they've done in California and some of the other states?
Yeah, I think that's correct, Senator. I think that the national discourse around reparations, particularly in mainstream spaces, I think has focused on cash compensation and made that the center of the conversation. And again, while I think that is something that should be on the table, I think one of the mistakes that I think it's made is that general investments in, quote unquote, impoverished neighborhoods, I think for many people think that it's the same thing as reparations. And so that distinction is important, because if you look at the particular harms done to people of African descent here in the state of Maryland, then the remedies would be different, right? So for instance, I think one of the things that we saw, particularly the end of the 19th century and beginning of 20th century, is terrorism, particularly as it relates to black business owners, right? So you think about lynching, many people, I think, understandably attribute lynching to, instances where, white women felt accosted by a black man, right? And so that precipitated lynching, when in fact the historical data says that lynching was often a tool used to scare black folks to say, if you own businesses, right, and try to have economic self-sufficiency, that this is what would happen to you. So being able to look at that practice and to look at its impact on businesses that had they lived, right, past, 1884, right, and what they would have been today, and then remedies that would then match that. So I think to me, that distinction is extremely important in adding to the conversation of cash compensation, to look at what are the institutional ways that we were harmed, so that we have specific institutional responses that impact the masses of our community.
And that it's also free, as well as freed persons of color, and owning property or having that property taken away, or not access to bank loans, and the extent to which local and state governments pass laws to be complicit with these federal policies.
That's right. And Maryland has a particular history of had the highest population of free black folks in the evil Civil War of any state in the country. And one of the things that happened in Maryland to free black people was that there was a bill in the legislature, because they did an analysis on the health of communities of free black folks, and they noticed that the conditions were less sanitary, and so there was more prone to sickness. So an argument that was made by legislators in Maryland was that slavery was better for the health of black folks, right, to reintroduce slavery for the benefit of black folks, right? So again, just to give people a sense of the kinds of institutional practices that, whether enslaved or free black folks, again, ways to disrupt our progress that were done at an institutional level.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Senator Brooks, because we do have several other witnesses, so maybe you could, for this panel at least, maybe have the last question.
And I don't know if Davon, you've answered my question, but this would go for anybody. Some might argue that whether or not it's a national responsibility or a state responsibility, because slavery and systematic racism was embedded in federal policies, And, the Fugitive Slave Act, you've got the Black Codes, Jim Crow laws, because all of these injustices were nationwide. Some might argue reparation should come from the federal government, Now, mind you, there has been some precedent set already the U.S. have previously provided reparations to the individuals, the Japanese Americans, who were interned during World War II, and also to the Native American tribes. So how would you address that?
I mean, I'll just say quickly, I think it's all of it. I think that there's a conversation amongst some folks who are reparations advocates around what is the best strategy, right? So I think there's some who believe that the best strategy should be focusing on the federal level. But in terms of whether or not there is the justification for a commission to study it and for compensation, at all levels, there was the level of discrimination I think justifies this kind of study and action.
Yeah. And like my co-senator, my colleague down here, I too am not from Maryland, so I guess I would be left out of this bill.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, how about, why don't you have the last word, and then we got to take some other witnesses on the same bill, but go on.
So actually, I have another doc that was edited, but the end of my document actually was really addresses why this bill is so important and so great, specifically with how the Reparations Committee would work. It would allow for not only looking at financial compensation, but other ways in which people could be compensated or could receive aid or reparations or retribution for what they've experienced. So the fact that with the lead poisoning, you're more likely to experience or have some sort of learning disability or something like that, the Reparations Commission could suggest perhaps free tutoring programs after school or subsidized health care, preventive care specifically, for individuals who have experienced this. And that's why this bill is extremely special in terms of it being specifically there to recommend ways in which these experiences that African Americans have had after, during, after, and even beyond then, the experience of slavery, specifically how these things can impact individuals through whatever means. It's a really broad way that we can address systemic barriers to African Americans existing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you to Senator Muse and to the entire panel. We do have some additional, I don't know how many of our virtual witnesses I see former Delegate Wanika Fisher from the Prince George's Council on the list. Is she on here? I've got, Nicole Bruno. Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole did already. Okay, Ken Phelps Jr. Is Mr. Phelps in the queue? Oh, actually, I apologize. Here, let's go back here. Virtually is, Councilwoman Fisher's not here. Adrian Holmes, is she in the queue?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, okay, Adrian, I think you're going to be up next, and you're signed up favorable, and you've got up to 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you so much. I too must say I'm not from Maryland, but I am in favor of this bill. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Feldman and Honorable Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed guests, and a special thanks to Senator Muse for sponsoring this bill. My name is Adrian Holmes. I'm president of Alpha Genesis Community Development Corporation. I'm a proud resident of Cambridge, Maryland. And I am here today just to express my strong support for SB 0587, the Maryland's Reparations Commission's bill. This bill seeks to establish the Maryland Reparations Committee to study and to make recommendations relating to the appropriate benefits to be offered to individuals who are ancestors of enslaved people from the state of Maryland, and to study the impact of the inequitable actions of systemic government systems. Alpha Genesis has dedicated itself to honoring the legacy of Harriet Tubman and other countless enslaved ancestors who once called Dorchester County their home. And because of the efforts we've done in Dorchester County, we have been able to install a 13-foot bronze statue of Harriet Tubman at the Dorchester County Courthouse. It serves as a beacon of hope and resilience and strength, and it honors those who have lived their lives in enslaved states, and their lives were forever changed. And we honor them every year through a ceremony called the Day of Resilience. And during this Day of Resilience is something that I just find fascinating. We honor some of the names of the enslaved people there. And some of those
You can finish up. It's fine.
Some of those names that we read from the enslaved residents of Dorchester County are families that we interact with every day today. And so, again, this commission is necessary to help underserved communities like Cambridge and in Dorchester County to find their voice, to find their footing in their healing. And I'll leave it there. So I am in strong favor of this bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Holmes? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our next virtual witness. We've got Tonette Coffey. I want to say it right, but could you unmute yourself? And you've got up to 2 minutes, okay? Signed up favorable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for having me today. Also, thank you, Senator Muse, for sponsoring this. SB 057 is imperative in Maryland. This is something that we should have gotten in the early 2000s.
Why don't you tell us your name just before you go any further?
Tonette Coffey.
Okay.
Tonette Coffey. I am fifth generation niece of Harriet Tubman. I apologize for that. And so as a relative of Harriet Tubman and a Marylander, I've lived the systematic injustices and the disinvestment in communities like mine. It's imperative that we stand behind SB 0587 because it will give us a chance to see all the impact that slavery has caused, what needs to be fixed, how it could be fixed, and how we could be a more progressive state. My family and I are in favor of SB 0587, and I urge you to also vote as favorable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Coffey? Thank you so much. We do have some additional witnesses. Those are the only virtual. Okay, we've got Vincent Fry here. Okay, why don't you come up, Mr. Fry? We've got two witnesses on favor with amendments. So Vincent Fry and Michael Johnson. Is Michael Johnson here? Mr. Johnson? Both of you guys come up to the table, and you presumably have some amendments you want to proffer to the committee. So each of you will get up to 2 minutes. And when you sit down, whoever wants to go first can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Senator Muse, distinguished members. My name is Vincent Fry, and I am a resident of the 20th District. I am also a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. I also serve as the Policy and Research Chair for the Maryland chapter. This is an important bill, as Senator Augustine said, and as Senator Washington said in previous testimony for 469, and I'm paraphrasing here, reasonable people can disagree on the path, but I think we all agree that we're moving in the right direction. We support SB 587 with amendments because we believe this is a national imperative. We believe the role of Maryland is primarily to provide robust data and historical analysis, and we think this is an amazing opportunity to do that. We have 4 amendments. One is data disaggregation because we believe that redress should go to the right people, and particularly at this time of difficult budget challenges, and as Senator Hester has talked about, we really want to be focused on doing project management well, right? And so we believe that too. We believe in good government. The second thing is we think as ADOS we have a role to play and we'd like to participate. We think we can contribute and we'd like to serve as a resource. The third amendment that we have is for experts. Again, we think much of this is covered in the bill. We think this is a great bill, right? And we think much of this is covered, but we want to add it as a point of emphasis. And then the final amendment is we believe there should be a commission on ADOS affairs. We've been effectively represented in this state on many levels, historical, cultural, policy, political. We think there's a little more space for that. And we think there are a number of commissions and we have the opportunity. So we thank you for the opportunity and we ask you to support this bill and report out favorably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to our final witness on the bill. Sir?
Thank you. Greetings, Chair Feldman, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee and sponsor. My name is Michael Johnson. I, too, am a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation, ADOS, the Maryland chapter. I'm also a husband, a father, grandfather, disabled American veteran, and am deeply committed to justice and economic equity. I strongly support Senate Bill 587. Last year, I testified about the severe and deliberate underfunding of our nation's HBCUs to the tune of over $13 billion just since 1987, according to the U.S. Department of the Treasury. However, these figures barely scratch the surface of the economic plunder that ADOS families have endured for generations. The cost of these inequities is devastating. ADOS families are burdened with disproportionately higher student loan balances, predatory repayment terms, fueling systemic economic instability, and making a dream of building generational wealth nearly impossible for us. America's lineage wealth gap is staggering, and it's only widening. According to the Federal Reserve's 2022 Survey of Consumer Finances, the median white household holds approximately $285,000 in wealth versus the median black households $45,000. And that gap is even more severe when we disaggregate the data. These economic conditions have fueled false narratives of inadequacy, inferiority, narratives that have no place in a state or nation that claims to stand for justice and equality. For that reason, we strongly support the passage of Senate Bill 587 with the amendments submitted in our written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question for either of the two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 587.
Thank you.
And we're going to next move to Senator Kramer. He's patiently sitting there. We've got several Kramer bills, and we're going to start with Senate Bill 535, if that's okay, Senator. I'm looking at Kathleen Conley, Kimberly Fullerton, and then one virtual witness, Lauren Stein. And so let's just hold on one second. Get your witnesses up here. And Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 535.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My apologies that I'm going to be camped out here for a while, but I will try to move as expeditiously as I can through the 5 bills that I have before you. Colleagues, the first 4 bills relate to animal welfare issues, and the first 3 are similar yet distinct. The point of each of these different bills is that we are in the year 2025, and we should be looking at how we treat animals through the lens of 2025, not 1925, which is pretty much where we are in many instances. And the first bill before you, colleagues, deals with the issue of animals being used in research facilities and testing facilities. The importance and purpose of this bill is that at the federal level, there is exceedingly little with regard to ensuring that animals utilized in research are treated as humanely as possible. At the moment, before this administration came in, there were roughly 100 to 105 USDA inspectors enforcing approximately 14,000 facilities that fall under the Animal Welfare Act. As you can well imagine, that means that that limited number of inspectors are stressed, strained, and very challenged to comply with the federal regulations that require an annual inspection of these 14,000 facilities. The bill before you seeks to address that problem. It simply creates, in Maryland, a state inspector. And that state inspector would be responsible for putting eyes on the research facilities in the state of Maryland. By the way, this is private research facilities. This does not include our universities who are experimenting and doing research on animals. This is the private facilities. A limited number of them exist in Maryland. And it would require that once a year, the state inspector would put eyes on each of these facilities unless they are subject to the Animal Welfare Act and federal inspections, in which case they would put eyes on these facilities every other year. And the goal here is just to ensure that there is a minimal level of inspection at our research facilities. And the facilities themselves would pay a licensing fee, which will cover the costs of this single inspector in the state, which is appropriate. Tax dollars should not be utilized for this purpose. These research facilities are for profit, and as such, part of their cost of doing business will be this nominal license fee, so that the residents of our state can have some level of assurance that these animals are being treated with a minimal level of humane care, and to ensure that at least once a year eyes are put on these facilities. Now, the opposition is going to be, I believe they just repeated it for each of the three bills, and I would represent to you that it's just disingenuous. They talk about how important research is to solve ailments and health concerns and pandemics. I agree, 100%. But that is a distraction, because there's nothing in this bill that would disrupt that in any way, shape, or form. Having an inspector put eyes on their facility to make sure that the animals are not suffering inhumanely is not going to disrupt their research and their testing at all. So I ask that you please keep that in mind as you look at the opposition, and I would challenge them to come up here and explain to you what in this bill disrupts their ability to be doing great work on behalf of the humankind. But with each of these bills, colleagues, I think how we treat these animals speaks volumes about who we are as human beings. And so that is the extent of this first bill, colleagues. Let's have somebody, and I'll be honest with you, I'm very concerned that going forward under the new federal administration, we're going to even get the level of nominal inspection that has existed. I will quickly point out that in the last Trump administration, within the first 3 weeks of that administration, the website for the USDA that listed those facilities and their inspection records and the violations they have went dark. No one from that point forward knew which of these 14,000 facilities had been cited so that there could be tracking of what is happening and which facilities were in fact being inspected and which were not. So if there was ever a moment for us to pass this particular bill, colleagues, it's now. No harm, no foul, with ensuring nothing more than eyes are put on these research facilities so that we know how these animals are being treated. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to turn it over to the panel or answer any questions.
Okay, let's go to the panel, and then we'll open it up for questions. So we'll start right there, and you're going to tell each of you are going to have up to 2 minutes. So
Great.
Tell us who you are first.
Thank you. Hi, Kathleen Conley with Humane World for Animals. I'm Vice President of Animal Research Issues. We're formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States. I actually worked for several years in a primate breeding and research facility. I hear from whistleblowers across the country. We've documented violations in laboratories through undercover investigations, which underscores the importance of this legislation, which creates a licensing and inspection program for private animal research facilities in Maryland. And the USDA does, in fact, under the Animal Welfare Act, handle inspections of certain research facilities, but there are numerous limitations to that oversight that this bill addresses. For example, up to 99% of animals used in laboratories are not even covered by the Animal Welfare Act. Facilities that are registered with the USDA are supposed to be inspected annually, but it was exposed that those accredited by a private entity are being inspected even less often, and that information is not available to the public. Importantly, the need for state oversight, as Senator Kramer said, is more important now than ever due to the ongoing cuts to the federal workforce, which are certainly going to further weaken the federal oversight of laboratories using animals. This bill creates a new position, the State Inspector of Animal Welfare, within the Maryland Department of Agriculture, which will license facilities and inspect them every year or every 2 for those who are registered with USDA already. This is paid for by licensing fees, which I think was a very important provision. Overall, the state-level inspections established by this bill will provide increasingly needed oversight of private animal laboratories in the state, and Humane World for Animals urges a favorable report on SB 535. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Fullerton. I am chair of the Maryland State Bar Association's Animal Law section, and I also teach animal law. So I'm a professor and a researcher with University of Maryland School of Law. I'm here just for MSBA today, so not for the university, but I do cover this exact issue in my course. It's in my syllabus. These hearings right now are what I review with my students. And I very much look forward to the day that Senator Kramer's legislation that he's pushing will be in our course books. I think it's just a matter of time. I want to very quickly identify what the crux of the issue really is here, and that should Maryland restrict unnecessary animal testing? Obviously, that answer is yes. And I want to cover just 3 common ground points that I think we all can agree on. The first is we need to source animals used in research responsibly. Do not use the family pet. For dogs and cats that are exiting research, we need to give them a chance to become a family pet. My second point is if animal testing is unnecessary, there's just no reason to be doing it. No moral, no practical, no medical reason unless it's required, which this bill very carefully carves out exceptions for. This bill calls for using alternatives when there's a widely accepted alternative method that would provide similar results with higher accuracy. That is what we should be striving for. We should be striving for the highest scientific standards. And also, we can all agree that human health is our top priority. This bill does not eliminate testing. It eliminates unnecessary animal testing. There are, again, wide restrictions. So this is not going to impede biomedical research, safety, trade, or acceleration. This bill is going to move Maryland forward with the issues presented in it. It's going to help promote public health, reduce animal suffering, and prioritize best scientific practices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, we do have one virtual witness that's sort of part of your panel.
Just real fast, it's important.
Sure.
I very much appreciate that testimony. It will be applicable to the next bill. I just wanted to point that out. The bill that will be coming up next will address that specific issue. I just wanted to point that out.
Enough.
So thank you.
Why don't we go to Lauren Stein, and then we'll take questions after that. Ms. Stein, you've got up to 2 minutes. You're part of Senator Kramer's panel on this bill.
Thank you. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 535. My name is Lauren Stein, and I represent the Maryland-based supporters of the National Anti-Vivisection Society. We're an organization committed to advancing science without harming animals. While I'm testifying today on Senate Bill 535, we also strongly support Bills 536 and 537. When it comes to animals used in research, there's far more that we don't know than what we do. We don't know how many animals are used each year, how they are treated, or what they experience in laboratories. This immense knowledge gap exists because the Federal Animal Welfare Act excludes most animals used in research. That's mice, rats, birds, fish, and invertebrates. This leaves countless facilities unregulated. Senate Bill 535 is a critical step in addressing this lack of oversight. By requiring research and testing facilities that use unregulated animals to be licensed and inspected, this bill ensures greater transparency and accountability, helping to protect both animals and scientific integrity. The bill establishes a state inspector of animal welfare, mandates regular facility inspections, and requires reporting on violations. These are essential safeguards where none currently exist. Additionally, the Animals and Research Fund ensures these efforts are self-sustaining, funded by the institutions that use the animals rather than taxpayers. Maryland has the opportunity to lead the way in responsible oversight, ensuring that all animals used in research, regardless of species, receive basic protections. I urge the committee to pass Senate Bill 535 and bring much-needed transparency and accountability to our state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's open it up for questions of the senator, and we've got Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Kramer, I have a question. I don't know if you have a copy of the bill in front of you.
I do, Madam Vice Chair. Should I turn
Page
to a
2.
particular page?
Page 2, lines 23 through 30.
Page
It defines
2. Bear with me. I'm a little slow. Okay, 22. Starting,
page 2, lines 23 through 30.
Okay,
gotcha. And for those who don't have the bill, I'm just going to, so it defines research facility. And it says, means any facility in the state, so obviously that's in Maryland, that uses live animals for research, education, or experimentation. And it says, if you're doing good guy things for animals, that's not what we mean. And if you're a school or institution of higher education, that's not what we mean. So that's the definition. I am very proud to be the senator for NIST, the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, and I wonder, we have a lot of federal institutions that are still located in here. Is it then because they are neither doing good guy things like spaying and neutering, nor are they institutions of higher education? I am wondering if it's your intent to include government agencies or institution in this bill.
We do not have governance over the federal research facilities, so we would not have access to them under the bill. So this would be private research facilities. Now, they could be under contract.
Correct.
But yeah, so but if it's a federal agency,
So
we would
I may ask council just to see if we're going to
Sure.
discuss the bill, but it says in the state, and so it doesn't, that wasn't completely clear to me whether those would be
Right.
covered. So, okay, thank you, Senator Kramer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We don't have jurisdiction over federal facilities, but that said.
But contractors.
Well, that's a separate,
Right.
separate conversation. Okay, additional questions for the panel or for Senator Kramer? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 535. We're next moving to Senate Bill 536. And I'm going to got Kathleen Conley and Kimberly Fullerton. I apologize if I keep saying that. Kimberly Fullerton, and then we've got two virtual witnesses we'll take up next. So Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 536.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Committee. This bill, Ben Kramer here introducing Senate Bill 536. This bill addresses the important testimony that you heard a moment ago. Once again, colleagues, we're in the year 2025, and as such, technology and science provide phenomenal opportunities now to not only minimize the use of animals in research, but also to provide much better results than using animals in research. It is very rare that, particularly with dogs and cats, that experimentation results in positive outcomes for human beings. But that's true of many, many of the animals that are used in research. Today, in the year 2025, research can take human cells, expose them to the studies that they are seeking results from, and get far better outcomes because they're seeing the reaction to human cells, not to a dog in a cage. And so we are now at a point where we should be utilizing these advanced research tools. And in fact, in the federal government has started to move in that same direction. So the bill before you does two things. It minimizes the use of animals when possible, or eliminates it altogether unless there is a requirement for the use of animals by the federal agency that is seeking to get these test results. So the bill provides the following. Each research facility and testing facility shall ensure that the number of dogs and cats used for research, not otherwise prohibited under this title, is reduced to the smallest number possible. The smallest number possible, by using scientifically reliable and relevant methods that don't involve the use of dogs or cats. There is no prohibition. It's minimize the use when and where you can. Don't just use dogs because it may save you $10 on your research, so that you experiment on the dog and then kill it when you're done, and that makes it quick and easy. The rest of it provides that a research facility may not use a traditional animal test method, and this is what's critical, if the agency responsible for regulating the specific product or activity for which a test method is being used has approved an alternative test method, and that's my point going back to the feds. They are now approving these alternative test methods, not requiring it, but they are approving it. But it still might be easier and more convenient, particularly for certain research facilities, just to keep using dogs, experiment on them, fulfill their requirements on that they have to complete, and again, kill the dogs when they're done. So the bill continues. If there is no alternative test method available or a waiver granted, a research facility may use a traditional animal test method. So colleagues, once again, the opposition whines that somehow this is going to impact their ability to bring life-saving new medicines to the public. No, it does not change that at all. And once again, I challenge them to come up here, point to any language in this bill that would prevent them from being able to do what they need to do. It simply says if there's an alternative, utilize the alternative. If there is no alternative, go ahead, keep killing the animals and fulfill your testing requirements. That is what this bill does. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kramer. Let's go to our duo at the table. Why don't you start? Tell us
Hi.
your name again.
Kathleen Conley, Vice President of Animal Research Issues with the Humane World for Animals, formerly known as Humane Society of the United States. Also a citizen of Frederick, which I forgot to mention before. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify on SB 536, which has three main components: requiring private testing facilities to use non-animal alternatives when they are available and accepted by regulators, as we heard. And this is in lieu of animal tests, traditional animal tests, which are highly inaccurate and cause unnecessary suffering to animals. This applies to various products such as household cleaners, food additives, drugs, pesticides, vaccines, chemicals. Importantly, this increases the impact of a law that you all passed in 2023, which created a fund to invest in the continued development of non-animal methods. So this law will ensure that once those are accepted by agencies, they'll be used. So I love the idea of seeing the increased impact of that law. This bill also has specific protections for dogs and cats, as we've heard. And, you know, dogs simply do not predict toxic effects in humans. If you think about it, we eat chocolate, and that's highly toxic to dogs. So I think that drives the point home. It also prohibits certain practices, such as devocalization or obtaining them from shelters, flea markets, and other random sources. And Maryland must make these practices a thing of the past. Finally, this bill increases much-needed transparency. We have no idea how many animals are used in private laboratories in Maryland each year. These facilities would have to report information on animals used, non-animal alternatives used, as well as the number of dogs and cats adopted into homes after their time in the laboratory. The public strongly supports all three components of this bill, and many issues divide us today, but I think increased protections for animals is something nearly everyone agrees on. So we urge a favorable report.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Fullerton next.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Fullerton on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association Animal Law Section. I'd just like to reiterate my previous comments. I think that the specifics of this bill have been explained excellently. I would like to touch base on just how much people care about this issue. So if we look back to the first federal piece of legislation that regulated animal testing back in the 60s, more people wrote to Congress about animal testing, about the Animal Welfare Act, than Civil Rights Act and the Vietnam War combined. And since the 60s, we've only seen the value that animals hold in society grow and increase. So this is something that matters deeply to your constituents. Again, I support this package of three bills, and I thank Senator Kramer for bringing it.
Okay, thank you. Before we, let's see, we do have two virtual witnesses that signed up as part of your panel, so let's see if we can get them in, and then we'll take questions. Is Ms. Radoff here? Yes. Lisa Radoff. and second witness as well. Okay, Lisa, I see you first, so why don't you've got up to 2 minutes. You're part of Senator Kramer's panel, and so why don't you start, and then we'll take our other witness next, okay?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Lisa Radoff. I am President Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, here strongly in support of SB 536. I have submitted written testimony, so do not want to repeat what many of the excellent witnesses and Senator Kramer have already told you about this bill as well as SB 535. The question always is, with the institutions here, many of which are in the districts of the senators on this panel, chair and vice chair as well, is because change is not always easy for institutions, even those in Maryland that are respected and world famous. The reality is that animal tests often persists even after suitable alternative methods are available. This bill places guardrails on these tests, what and how animals can be used, and other aspects of testing on animals that are needed to ensure that humane best practices are being followed and alternatives are being utilized where possible. We know that there are some amendments from the sponsor. We strongly support them. And in closing, I would like to thank Senator Kramer for his sponsorship of these three bills, SB 535, 536, that I'm testifying on right now, and ask the committee to give this bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Mr. McFarland next. Sherman McFarland.
Hello.
I saw you a little.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sherman McFarland, and I am, my apologies, that the video is off. My apologies.
There you go.
Okay.
You got up to 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sherman McFarland, and I am the Director of Policy for the American Anti-Vivisection Society. Since 1883, we have been monitoring the use of animals in science, and our mission is to end the use of animals in science through education, advocacy, and the development of alternative test methods. On behalf of our members and supporters, particularly those in Maryland, we urge a favorable report on SB 536 because it will reduce the suffering of dogs, cats, and all animals used for research and testing in Maryland, and because the bill will also advance the use of reliable non-animal test methods. We also urge a favorable report on SB 535 and SB 537. Our organization cares deeply about reducing animal suffering, and we're also excited about the development of non-animal test methods. With regard to reducing animal suffering, SB 536 would prohibit private research and testing facilities in Maryland from performing cruel and unnecessary devocalization surgeries on dogs and cats. And it would also prohibit those facilities from acquiring dogs and cats from potential bad actors. With regard to advancing non-animal test methods, SB 536 is an opportunity for Maryland to be at the science forefront. Approximately 90% of drugs tested on animals fail in human clinical trials. Non-animal test methods, on the other hand, are based on human biology, which makes them more accurate predictors of human toxicity. As you know, Maryland became a non-animal science leader when it created the Human Relevant Research Fund in 2023. SB 536's requirement that non-animal test methods be used as soon as they are accepted by the appropriate regulatory agencies will continue Maryland's groundbreaking tradition in this area. In conclusion, by enacting SB 536, Maryland will continue to be a model of animal welfare and good science policy. We strongly urge a favorable report on SB 536. We appreciate Senator Kramer's great work on this bill. Thank you so much for your time, and we encourage the committee to refer to our written testimony for more detail. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Kramer, or the four witnesses? Senator Brooks.
Just quickly, Senator Kramer, there's a opposition letter from Johns Hopkins, and it seemed like a lot of the points that you made were sort of addressing that particular letter. Is that the case?
Yes, and interestingly enough, why Hopkins is weighing in on it, I don't know, because this relates to private research facilities in the state. The bill does not prevent the universities or Hopkins from continuing, if they choose, to do what they're doing. But I will note, since that has come up, thank you for that, just a couple of years ago, I was able to get a list of the USDA violations that had been issued against Hopkins, a significant list of citations when the USDA got in there, their inspectors, and saw what Hopkins was doing in its research facilities on animals. Huge list of citations. So thank you for bringing that up. And but again, I would suggest that any concerns are misplaced. Again, with the bill providing that any necessary animal research can continue unabated just when there's alternatives, and those alternatives have been approved. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Chair.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill here on Senate Bill 536. We will next move to Senate Bill 537. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair Committee. This is the last of the 3 bills related to research. I will point out, colleagues, that the issue of animals in research and it is local. I did not, out of respect for the committee, bring back some of the gruesome videos that were captured by both our friends at the United States Humane Society, that has changed its name, and the PETA organization, that just were revelations a couple of years ago. And the videos taken undercover by the Humane Society revealed that a major corporation, Innovative, and I believe it's Indiana where they're headquartered, was treating the beagles in their care brutally. Huge embarrassment to this company when that video footage came out of how these dogs were so brutally treated. Well, then it turned out just south of us in Virginia, a wholly owned subsidiary, within less than a few months, PETA had gotten undercover video in there, and this wholly owned subsidiary of Innovative and Vigo had 5,000 beagles that they were raising, and they sell to research facilities and use in their own labs. That's where these beagles that were being abused at Innovative's headquarters were located. Well, as a consequence of these revelations, a federal judge stepped in and shut down in Vigo, right south of us in Virginia, and insisted that the 5,000 beagles that were housed there be adopted out through to animal rescue organizations. It was a huge effort, but the judge was so disgusted by the behavior of this wholly owned subsidiary of Innovative that he would not allow them to transfer their dogs to their other facilities. Well, in Montgomery County, colleagues, Innovative has a wholly owned subsidiary, and it is believed that they are experimenting on dogs there. And we know with their track record that it is quite likely those dogs are suffering terribly. So that's why all 3 of these bills are so very important. Colleagues, this last bill before you, Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 537, simply follows up on legislation we passed a few years ago. And that legislation requires that dogs and cats used in research, if they are healthy enough at the end of the experiments, rather than just being expedient and killing them, that they be permitted to be adopted out. There are numerous organizations locally and nationally, that will rescue these animals, will rehabilitate them, and then rehome them, so that after they have served their research time and in theory suffered for the betterment of humankind, we are giving them a little human kindness and allowing them to live out the remainder of their days doing what a dog or cat should do, be a part of a family and a fur baby, and to know a little bit of love. That we accomplished. What we didn't do was to ensure that it's happening. So we have no idea if in the several years since that bill passed, if one single animal, a dog or cat, has actually been adopted out. It's double probation secrecy. So the goal of the bill before you is that once a year, each of these research facilities will submit the number of dogs or cats that they own and have experimented on, and how many of them were released to animal rescue organizations under our existing law. That's what this bill does. So we can finally determine if these research facilities are in compliance with existing state law. Right now we have no clue. And I suspect not a one of them is complying with existing state law. So the bill before us will simply provide us with the knowledge, yes, your facility is in fact complying with state law, or it isn't, and then we can address that. Finally, committee, and we'll need an amendment to clarify this, the intent is that if any of these research facilities have also had a violation, a citation from an inspection, that they have to report that along with the information about whether they've been adopting out. Again, so we have an idea. If we've got a particular facility that's got a dozen citations, we should know that and have a better understanding of what is happening. With that, I conclude, Mr. Chair, committee. I thank you all for your time.
Okay, let's go to the in-person panelists, then we'll take, we're going to start with, again, we'll start with you, Ms. Conley, and then we'll go to Ms. Fullerton, and then we'll take a couple of, one virtual witness, okay?
Hi again, Kathleen Conley, Humane World for Animals. I think Senator Kramer explained what this bill does very well. It's a very simple bill, updating current law. Just want to share the most recent data available from the U.S. Department of Agriculture indicates that approximately 350 dogs and 20 cats were used in Maryland research and testing in the most recent year available. However, the percentage of those animals, like he said, that were adopted out is entirely unknown, requiring research and testing facilities to be accountable for reporting how many adoptions they facilitate will incentivize them to adopt out as many eligible animals as possible, which is what I believe the current law intends. If facilities are already complying with current law, then this should be very easy for them to record and report out once per year. So Humane World for Animals urges a favorable report on SB 537. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fullerton?
Kimberly Fullerton on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association's Animal Law section. I'd like to just reiterate my previous comments and add, so the USDA, which you heard Senator Kramer mention as the current enforcement mechanism, they have actually testified to Congress that they do not feel that they have said that they don't want the job of inspector, that they don't have the expertise or resources. So it's so critically important to have this transparency, especially in such a critical area of Maryland's industry. I also want to comment, because I saw a couple eyebrows raised when I mentioned that Congress got more letters for animal testing than Vietnam War and Civil Rights Act. That happened because a family dog was stolen and wrongfully ended up in animal testing and suffered horrifically. I urge you to consider this legislation now, to move this legislation now. Don't wait for another horror story to come to light. With that, thank you. I urge your support for this bill.
Okay, thank you. Is Ms. Radoff on? Okay, Lisa Radoff, you'll be the final witness on the bill, and you're signed up favorable, and you've got up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm still Lisa Radoff, President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in strong support of SB 537. This bill, as you heard, is an update to the very popular Beagle Bill. It's called the Beagle Freedom Act by many, that the Maryland state legislatures passed overwhelmingly in 2018. The goal of that legislation was to allow healthy dogs and cats used in research who had paid their debt to society to be adopted by a loving family. That bill was so popular that at the bill signing, it made the front page of the Baltimore Sun. The only problem with that bill, and I was there with Senator Kramer and the then Humane Society, and many of the people that have testified and have submitted written testimony, that it did not have a reporting mechanism. What this bill does is simply, hold institutions conducting research on cats and dogs accountable by submitting information that is outlined in the bill to the Maryland Department of Agriculture to ensure that they are allowing as many healthy dogs and cats who have endured so much suffering to finally be adopted into loving homes. We support the amendments that the sponsor has brought forth today, and I'd like you to think of it as putting some teeth, or for Vice Chair Kagan, some claws in the Beagle Bill. In closing, I'd like to thank Senator Kramer for his sponsorship of SB 537 and ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Kramer, the panelists, virtual and in person? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 537. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 806, Senator, and we do have several panelists, sponsor panelists, Carrie Waters here, Michelle Waldman, Miriam Tabrizi, Jennifer Bevan Dangle, and then we have Sarah Shields, I think, virtually. Okay, so that's your panel, and then we have some unfavorable testimony, Senator Kramer. So we're on Senate Bill 806.
Chair, quick question. With your indulgence, please, once again, out of respect for the committee having seen gruesome film footage of the subject matter of this bill last session, we are not revisiting that. But I do have one prop that I think is very relevant for the committee to fully understand the issue addressed by this bill. Any objection if I just bring that one prop in? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Since you relieved us of the video stuff, I think you bring up your one prop.
Yeah, we're sparing. Yeah. Jennifer, do we have somebody who's doing that?
The prop will
get started. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, colleagues, this is the last of my conversation for the day with regard to animal welfare. Here, put it right over on the very end of the table there. Animal welfare concerns. And once again, colleagues, the point of this legislation, and I'm going to just keep banging it home, we're in the year 2025, in this case, not 1825. So this bill relates to the practice of utilizing what are called battery cages for housing egg-laying hens in various facilities. The bill before you is just offers modest protections. It is not the end-all be-all, but it is far more humane than the current practice. Colleagues, battery cages for egg-laying hens are a cruel an outdated practice that has no place in the 21st century. These cages, which confine hens in extremely small spaces, prevent them from exhibiting any natural behaviors and subjects them to unnecessary suffering. Many states have already recognized the inhumane nature of battery cages and have passed legislation to ban them. Maryland should follow suit, as eliminating these battery cages would not significantly, if at all, increase costs while greatly improving animal welfare. Battery cages are inherently cruel because they severely restrict the movement of the hens. Each hen is typically given less space than a standard sheet of paper, and they live like that the entirety of their lives, very often up to 10 years, as long as they're productive in laying eggs. They are prevented from stretching their wings, perching, or engaging in any natural behaviors. This extreme confinement leads to severe physical and psychological distress. Hens suffer from weakened bones due to lack of movement, feather loss from constant friction against the metal bars and each other, and increased susceptibility to disease. The stress of such unnatural environment can also lead to aggressive behaviors, prompting farmers to often de-beak or shave the beaks, which is a very painful procedure. With advancements in agricultural science and a growing emphasis on humane treatment of animals, battery cages have become an antiquated system. The European Union banned battery cages in 2012, and as I said, multiple states, I believe at least 11 now, including California, Massachusetts, et cetera, have enacted similar bans. As consumer awareness of animal welfare increases, the demand for cage-free eggs continues to rise, and Maryland must not lag behind in adopting progressive policies that align with ethical farming practices and modern standards of animal welfare. Opponents of banning battery cages argue that doing so would increase production costs, but evidence suggests otherwise. Studies have shown that transitioning to cage-free systems results in only a marginal, if any, increase in egg prices, often amounting to, and empirical studies now have demonstrated, less than a penny per egg to do so. Improved welfare conditions lead to healthier hens, which in turn can reduce veterinary costs and mortality rates. Large food retailers and restaurant chains are already demanding that they source only cage-free eggs, demonstrating that this transition is both economically viable and widely accepted by the industry and demanded by the consumers. One of the most compelling reasons to ban battery cages is to allow hens to engage in some natural behavior. Hens instinctively want to perch, dust bathe, forage, and lay eggs in private spaces. Providing them with a more humane environment, such as a cage-free system, enables them to live healthier and less stressful lives. Maryland has an opportunity to be a participant in humane agriculture by banning battery cages for egg-laying hens. The current practice is undeniably cruel, outdated, and totally unnecessary in modern egg production. So, colleagues, the bill before you would apply to facilities with 5,000 egg-laying hens or larger. This will not impact at all our small farming community. 5,000 hens are the largest of the egg-laying facilities. I will also note, colleagues, the bill has an amendment that would extend the application of this bill from the current 2030 to the year 2033. That means that the industry in Maryland will have 8 years to adapt. That has not been done in any of the states that have banned the battery cages. But the bill before you is exceptionally considerate in trying to ensure that there is plenty of opportunity to phase it in. I will also say that the majority, the overwhelming majority of those facilities that have gone cage-free are indoor facilities. There's been some implication that somehow cage-free means these hens are going to be loose outside to intermingle with wild birds and contract avian flu. Fact of the matter is 70% of the cage-free facilities are entirely housed indoors so that there is zero interaction. And in fact, we have seen that by virtue of that indoor facility use for the cage-free, that these cage-free hens are not contracting avian flu at the rate that the caged hens are. And then finally, colleagues, professional polling has demonstrated overwhelmingly that the public supports getting away from what you see there, a dozen hens packed into that tiny cage to live out their the entirety of their lives. And public support is overwhelming that we as a legislature take this action, and because that barbarity is not acceptable in the year 2025. Finally, I will note that I heard opposition, and by the way, the egg-laying industry is not here in opposition to this bill, because they know that A, this is where the industry is going, and they've been given 8 years to adapt. So the egg-laying industry is not here. We have opposition, I think, from the Maryland Farm Bureau, but not the affected industry. But I will say that I heard it was represented that Nevada, which a couple of years ago did what we are doing, because of the cost of doing the cage-free, has stopped doing that. I want to clarify it before I sit down. Nevada has paused for emergency reasons any regulations on the industry because of the avian flu, not because of any relationship to the cost of doing cage-free, but because they have an emergency getting eggs into the state, and so they have a prohibition on bringing eggs in that are not cage-free. They have suspended that because they're desperate, as we are seeing across the nation, our egg supply being jeopardized by the avian flu, not because of regulations related to cage-free or otherwise. With that, thank you, Mr. Chair. And by the way, these hens have personality, and you're going to hear about that. They think, they interact, they socialize, and we need to respect. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kramer. let's go to your panel. We're going to start, why don't we start with Michelle Waldman, who is a constituent of mine, I happen to know. So in just full disclosure, Michelle, why don't you start? Each of you are going to have 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Michelle Waldman, and I am the founder and president of Rosie's Farm Sanctuary, a 501c3 animal sanctuary in Potomac. And last year I had the honor to take Chair Feldman on a tour. Each year we provide tours to hundreds of people in our community, to schools and to interns, and we reach millions of people through social media. We take care of many types of farmed animals, including egg-laying hens, and I am fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with them. And if any of you know hens, you will know that they are full of personality. They are highly intelligent, they are affectionate, they are social, and they are playful. My girls love to chit-chat with each other happily as they forage and they dust bathe during the days. And like all birds, they need to stretch and flap their wings. They also have best friends, and they form deep bonds with one another, as well as with humans, and they recognize over 100 of our faces. We have one of our girls, and her name is Marilyn Monroe, and she likes to sit on our laps and be cuddled. And when school children come, you should see what Marilyn Monroe does. She runs up to them to sit on their laps and get affection and to get treats. And the faces of these children, they just light up with delight meeting the hens and seeing that these birds are so similar to their household pets. I would hate to see the faces of these children if they saw these birds stuffed into battery cages. The idea of any bird being crammed into a battery cage for the entirety of their life is unimaginable, it is cruel, and it's unnecessary. I'm here in support of SB 806 because it is a viable option, a viable alternative to the current archaic practices. It takes into account the farmer, the consumer, as well as the birds, although it is the bare minimum that we should provide them. Just want to say one quick thing. Sure. I want to invite you all to Rosie's and to come meet these beautiful birds for yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just go down the table, or whoever wants to go next. Let's go just down the table.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Mariam Tabrizi. I'm a Maryland resident, and I'm a policy volunteer with Humane World for Animals in strong support of Senate Bill 806. I wanted to share with the committee some recent survey results from Marylanders across the state. According to a recent study conducted by Hart Research, 2/3 of Marylanders want the state legislature to pass cage-free legislation that would require all eggs produced and sold in Maryland be from cage-free facilities. Even after hearing opponents' claims, including a potential cost increase, support for cage-free legislation remains unchanged among Maryland voters. Another survey of 600 Maryland voters conducted by YouGov reveals widespread confusion about egg carton labeling and the nightmarish conditions that hens are often subject to. When presented with different egg cartons from farms that use cages, only 23% of Maryland voters correctly believed that the eggs were sourced from caged, confined hens. Confusion is driven by phrases on egg cartons, such as farm fresh or all natural, which sound nice but are actually very meaningless. Results support the need for cage-free legislation so consumers can know what they're actually purchasing. Also, after being presented with photos depicting an average caged housing facility, 83% of those surveys said that they support a policy requiring eggs produced or sold in Maryland come from cage-free environments. Further, when informed such a policy might modestly increase egg prices, 82% of those surveys still supported cage-free legislation in the state. Both of these polls are part of the written testimony for Humane World for Animals. The overwhelming majority of Maryland voters support Senate Bill 806, so I ask that the committee support the bill too. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jennifer, why don't you go next?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm here representing Humane World for Animals, formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States. I want to speak to why now. we're very painfully aware of the conditions facing farmers, facing flocks, facing backyard flock owners with the current avian flu outbreaks. But that doesn't mean that we can set aside goals that are critical, as you've heard, to consumers, that matter to Marylanders, and that have such a significant humane impact on animal welfare in our state. I have a backyard flock. I live in fear of an avian flu outbreak in my area. And I do want to reiterate what the senator said. This bill does not sort of set all these birds loose upon the earth. All this bill does is move us away from these incredibly cruel cages to an aviary system. The birds are still inside. The birds are not interacting with wild birds. They're not having that increased risk for avian flu. And in fact, looking at the data so far this year in avian flu outbreaks, as the senator mentioned, avian flu outbreaks have been more significant among caged flocks than cage-free flocks. So we do think this is an important step forward for farm security. And because of the importance of giving a multi-year ramp up for our farmers, this isn't a bill that we can just set aside for years and then come back to. We do not want to be in a position where voters and animal welfare advocates are clamoring for this bill and this reform to be done in 2 years, in 3 years. We want this conversation now so that as we move through and hopefully beyond the current shocks to the market, the current shocks to farmers, we will have a plan in place. We'll have an end deadline so that this voter confusion that you've heard about and the sake of our own farmers looking at a market that is increasingly transitioning in this direction, everyone knows where the goalpost is and everyone is working towards the same implementation date. That's why we can't sit and not continue the conversation. That's why we urge a favorable report with the 2033 deadline. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the last witness on the table.
Hello, good afternoon. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify.
Yeah, just pull the mic a little closer.
Thank
there
you.
You go.
My name is Dr. Carrie Waters, and I am a Virginia, Maryland College of Veterinary Medicine graduate licensed to practice in Maryland. And I have a PhD in physiology, and I'm board certified in veterinary internal medicine. I have served as the Maryland representative of the Humane Veterinary Medical Alliance for over 4 years. A wealth of scientific research proves the adverse effects of extreme confinement systems used to house and restrict egg-laying hens. Cage systems damage both the physical and psychological well-being of birds, and these confinement methods also create significant public health concerns. And while there is increasing alarm with the spread of avian flu, we know that overcrowding and close contact are known contributors to infectious disease transmission. The Pew Commission on Industrial Farm Animal Production found unequivocally that confining egg-laying hens in cages such as this prevents them from moving naturally and constitutes inhumane treatment. The Commission recommended the complete phasing out of battery cages. And recent studies show that cage-free hens are healthier compared to their cage counterparts. They have less disease, healthier guts, lower carcass condemnation rates. They have significantly better welfare scores, including increased social interactions, less severe feather pecking, and decreased stress-related gene expression. I respectfully ask the committee to vote yes on Senate Bill 806, protecting egg-laying hens by eliminating the use of inhumane cage confinement in Maryland and ensuring a more humane, safer, and sustainable food system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have Ms. Shields virtually in the queue, so let's take your testimony, Ms. Shields, then we'll take questions from the committee. So Sarah Shields, you've got up to 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Chair Feldman, members of the committee, I'm Dr. Sarah Shields. I am an animal behavior scientist. I studied at UC Davis in California, and I am the director of Farm Animal Welfare Science for Humane World for Animals. We strongly support SB 806. Science well confirms the public's concerns about keeping hens locked in cages. Animals have deeply ingrained biological drives to express certain types of natural behavior, and this is well documented in the science. For example, as you've heard, a hen needs a perch for roosting at night. She needs loose litter for pecking, scratching, and dust bathing, and enclosed private nesting space for egg laying. In battery cages, the space allowance is so small that the hens can't even spread their wings. Restriction of movement has real physical consequences on these animals. The lack of exercise leads to bone weakness, and they start to lose plumage condition from rubbing up against the bars of the cage and their cage mates. Animals are built to move, and they suffer if they can't. So this bill is about progress, scientific and technical advances in animal housing. The health and the productivity of the animals is good in cage-free systems. We know so much more about the behavior and the cognition of hens than we have ever known before. And every time we look deeper into their behavioral biology, we find more evidence that they are far more sentient and cognizant than we ever knew before. And we have to start taking that into account. If we don't have minimum standards for egg-laying hens, there's an incentive for producers to overcrowd and cut corners. So we need a new animal welfare baseline for laying hens, and that's what this bill does. So please vote to advance SB 806.
Okay, thank you. We'll take questions. We're going to start with Senator Gallion.
Mr. Chair, Senator, a couple of things. There's been a good bit of discussion in this hearing about the high path avian influenza. And, you know, I'm kind of hearing from the panel that, it would be less likely under the cage free. But then I was looking at the testimony from the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association that kind of contradicts that. So would you like to address that?
Happy to. Thank you for the question. Yes, the latest input from the USDA on the start of this, since the start of this year, is that the numbers are significantly higher in battery caged production facilities than non. I don't know.
Do we have that in our bill folder?
I think it could be provided to you. I actually moved all mine back here.
Okay, well, I mean, we can get it later.
Okay.
I don't want to hold it up.
But yes, so, and I think that information that you're referring to is reflected by some rather old data, but certainly happy to have that conversation.
Okay, the second question. You talked about kind of the market moving towards cage-free. And I know in my area, there's some, you know, they're marketing it. They say, we sell cage-free eggs. They use that as a marketing tool. If the market's already heading that way, why? I know you have the phase in. I understand that, which is good. But with the market already heading that way, why the urgency to pass this right now?
Well, again, when you refer to urgency, the urgency is that if we do it today, we have 8 years to phase it in, which is why you don't see the industry that is affected by this here in opposition. But the bottom line is we do want to ensure that there is a date certain when this cruel practice from decades gone by is definitively stopped. So the point here is it's not urgency when you're giving an industry 8 years, unprecedented in any of the other states that have taken up this issue, that we need to do it today so that 8 years out, we will know that that barbaric practice has come to an end. That's why I wouldn't say there's a sense of urgency, but that's why the timing is reflected as it is in the bill and the amendment.
And you said that I guess the hen layers groups are not having, you know, they're no longer in opposition, but you know, in the written testimony, the Delmarva Chicken Association would deals, you know, they deal with the broilers or the meat birds are still, you know, they're unfavorable. And you mentioned Maryland Farm Bureau, which covers the whole gambit of agriculture in Maryland, are unfavorable.
Sure.
And in DCA's testimony, they said there'd be a 35% reduction in egg supply and a 22% increase in price. So if those numbers are accurate, what's your response to that?
I would say that we now have states that have in fact done this. We've got empirical evidence and studies that are saying what you just quoted is pure speculation. What is happening in fact is that we are not seeing either those reductions in production or those increases in price. And it's still very early on, but that has not manifested itself. We are seeing the consequences of chickens being slaughtered because of the flu and the reduction in egg-laying hens and the cost associated with that.
Okay, just one quick final question, sure. Mr. Chair. Do any of our surrounding states have this? And the reason I ask that is, if it does indeed increase the price, and there's debate on whether it does or not, I kind of think it probably does, but we can have a disagreement on that. We're close to multiple states. Do any of those other states have this legislation in effect?
I am not familiar with the status of the states closest to us. I would have to believe that during the course of the 8 years that this would be phased in, that there's a strong likelihood that at least Virginia and or Pennsylvania may move in this direction. But I'm not aware at the moment of what our neighboring states have, if they have, legislation pending, or what the status is of what's happening there.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, we've got 2 unfavorable witnesses I'm going to call up, so thank you to the proponents for your testimony.
Thank you, committee.
I've got Grace Middleton and Tyler Huff. Grace Middleton on behalf of the Delmarva Chicken Association, Tyler Huff on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. So they are here unfavorable. So guys, come on up, and whenever you're ready, you're on the clock and you're signed up unfavorable. Why don't we start with you, Mr. Huff?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, here in opposition to SB 806. The members of the Maryland Farm Bureau have several concerns with this bill. The first one is the fact that the cages, as used now, are an accepted ag principle. And not to make a slippery slope argument here, but we're dipping our toes in with going cage-free. When does it stop for the rest of the livestock and poultry within the state, which is a concern to the members of Maryland Farm Bureau who are currently humanely raising their animals in various different conditions. The second point I want to bring up is the concern of the fact that this bill mandates for all eggs used or sold in the state to be cage-free. That starts to work on Proposition 12. Vice Chair Kagan, I know you love our acronyms. Proposition 12 is a law that was passed in California, which, to summarize, requires all other states, or it's California telling other states how they can raise their livestock and poultry because they're only requiring what can be sold in the state based off of their regulations. So this would be Maryland telling other states how they can then raise their livestock and poultry, which is something that is very concerning not only to the members of Maryland Farm Bureau, but members of the American Farm Bureau Federation. The third piece is, as you heard, the market is starting to set the precedent, and the producers are understanding of this, and they're starting to make that transition. We also have to concern that maybe this trend isn't going to be the trend as we go down the road. Then we're looking in a situation where Maryland would be the first of the surrounding states to pass cage-free legislation, putting our farmers and producers at a competitive disadvantage. If the trend then changes and cage-free is no longer what the market is looking for, we're once again at a competitive disadvantage if our producers are required to be in a cage-free system. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, we're going to go to our second witness, unfavorable.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton. I'm with Delmarva Chicken Association, here to express our opposition to SB 806. First off, I'd like to just say we represent the broiler industry. However, we have many allied business members who also supply and serve egg-laying operations, which is why I'm here today. As an agricultural organization, we want to ensure that our leaders are legislating based on sound science rather than subjective beliefs about what is best for agricultural production. Several studies from the EU have demonstrated significantly higher rates of communicable diseases in cage-free operations. This is particularly worrisome given the ongoing high-path avian influenza crisis that has devastating effects on all poultry production. This is also bad for the consumer. Since this bill also prohibits the sale of conventionally produced eggs, alleviating the current high prices through imports will be even more difficult because the cage-free egg supply is already strained by states with similar laws. In Nevada, the governor just signed a bill that suspends their cage-free housing laws to bring down egg prices, which currently sit at $7 to $9 a dozen. I'd like to touch on real quick about what I think is a misleading distinction between the high-path avian influenza crisis and cage-free housing being different. I think that in many ways they are one and the same, is what I'm trying to say in my testimony. While well-intentioned, this law could have serious ramifications for agriculture and the consumer, and we urge an unfavorable committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Huff or Mr. Middleton? We've got Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. Mr. Huff, I wanted to follow up. You mentioned where the trends might be going, the voluntary nature of this. You know these farm families and operations well. So can you just elaborate a little bit more on the trend and the voluntary nature of it?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. And as you heard from the proponent panel, there is research that says the consumer itself is looking for or is in desire of a cage-free egg. They are very well understanding of that. The producers, ISE, which was the largest one on the Eastern Shore, just got sold. The company that they were sold to is very aware of this and is proactively converting to cage-free housing. Thus why they are not here in opposition this year. So the producers are understanding, but they also want to have that choice to be able to raise poultry, to be able to raise these laying hens in the situation that is best accommodating for their operation and for what the market trend may be. We're seeing that trend in the direction now of favor of cage-free eggs, but who knows, 2050, 2075, we may not have that same trend for whatever reason we might see. And then if we have cage-free legislation mandating that, we then set those producers at a competitive disadvantage while they are free to make their choice and make the decision on what egg market they would like to be in at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 806, which brings us to the fifth and final bill from Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 807. And I'm going to call up, is Dom Bochco from ACO here? Is Dom here? There you are. And we do have a favorable with amendment testimony from Jim Lieberman, Leisure World. But let's take your testimony first, Senate Bill 807, and then we'll take Dom's, okay?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. We're going to go 180 degrees from animal welfare to building energy and performance standards. Colleagues, there's a lot of misunderstanding about this bill, and I get why there's going to be some folks coming up in panic behind me in opposition to the bill. But here is the intent and purpose, and the current example is the following. Montgomery County started down the path of BEPS several years ago. They are way out in front of the state in the implementation and how it is going to go about collecting the data and what they will be doing. The purpose of the bill is in response to all the commercial building owners who have contacted me in Montgomery County and all of our residents living in multi-unit dwellings in Montgomery County who have said, wait a minute, we got state standards, we got county standards, give us one set of standards to deal with. And the problem is that Montgomery County is way out in front on this. They have gone down the road. They've got all kinds of personnel who have been meeting with building owners. The building owners have gotten comfortable with what Montgomery County is doing because the county's outreach has been phenomenal in working with either our multi-family units, commercial buildings, and they're looking at, but whoa, now we've got the state layered on top of that. Please just give us the county regs to deal with and not both state and county. That is the goal here, is to figure out how we can just allow local jurisdictions to either do their thing and move forward like that and not have to be dealing with state and county. So the angst, I believe, comes from the following language in the bill that says the local jurisdiction can create standards that are more stringent than those of the state. I can assure you, Mr. Chair, that is not going to happen. Mr. Chair, I have been working very closely with the Senate President's office on the BEPS issue. I know you are very familiar with that. I know this committee is very familiar with that. And at the end of the day, we are not going to be setting it up where counties can be more stringent than the state. We're trying to figure out how we can just address preventing compliance with both the county and the state standards. So Ross Seidman, who I was trying to drag in here, is in a meeting at the moment because he wanted to come in and help assuage the fears of those who have read that a local jurisdiction could have standards that are more stringent, because that will not be the outcome of the legislation before you. I suspect, Mr. Chair, that we're going to be having the housework product come over here, and then we are going to try to figure out how best to implement the BEPS without causing significant strain, in particular on our multi-unit dwelling residents, apartments, condos. We do not want to cause them significant financial harm. I think we're all beginning to realize that the standards in the BEPS are something that do need to be brought into a reality check as to how it's going to accomplish, and we're not looking to put commercial building owners out of business. We're going to have to be very realistic and thoughtful about ultimately where we're going with this. But again, the concept of the legislation before you is to just get away from the problem of county standards, state standards. That's a pain in the ass. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions.
And as you pointed out, there is action on BEPS in other bills, and I think some of these issues are going to get resolved. But with that said, Dominic, why don't you weigh in on behalf of MACO?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, here in support of Senate Bill 807. I can confidently say this is the best bill from Senator Kramer you've heard today, maybe even ever.
I need to get my animal welfare people.
From a MACO perspective, giving local jurisdictions more tools in order to combat climate change helps us underscore our commitment to be partners with the state. This bill accomplishes just that. We're happy to work with the senator, and we strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in, we do have one virtual witness here, sort of aligned with you, Senator Kramer. Is Mr. Lieberman, Jim Lieberman? Okay, Jim, you there?
But I can't get my video on here.
Okay, well.
Come on, Jim.
You gotta, yeah, there's a video button there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, when I hit it, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to try to figure this out.
Okay, can I just testify to my
Yeah, why don't
sunflower?
you just give us your testimony
Okay.
orally, verbally.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Jim Lieberman, testifying today on behalf of the Leisure World Community Corporation. Leisure World has 32 buildings impacted by this bill in Montgomery County. Leisure World faces BEPS requirements from both the state and Montgomery County. Montgomery County buildings do not have to comply with two sets of standards having different implementation and compliance requirements. The intent of SB 807 was to address this situation by exempting buildings covered by a county BEPS from meeting state BEPS, provided the county standards are at least as stringent as the state standards. Montgomery County is the only jurisdiction in Maryland that has local BEPS standards. However, Montgomery County BEPS program is stringent as the state. This is because the county's program is based on a set of energy use intensity targets, EUIs, that reduce energy consumption and building emissions, but unlike the state, does not ban natural gas. Consequently, this bill will not exempt buildings in Montgomery County. Leisure World urges the committee to amend the stringency standard to a standard where the local BEPS requirements have a goal to increase energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Buildings in those jurisdictions would not need to meet the state's BEPS requirements. For Montgomery County, that will result in BEPS applying to more buildings, achieving results sooner, reducing administrative costs for the state, and resulting in significant emission reductions with reduced housing costs. Adopting this amendment has a clear benefit of focusing the limited resources of the state on jurisdictions that have not yet established and begun implementing BEPS requirements. Leisure World looks forward to amendments of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
yes, Senator Kramer.
Mr. Seidman just arrived. With your indulgence, can he come up, please? And
This is highly unusual, but I mean, you know.
But that's the way I roll. Highly unusual.
Okay, yeah, you are a highly unusual guy. Okay, Ross Seidman, what do you have to contribute to this piece of legislation?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, just very quickly to say that I was only able to catch a piece of what Senator Kramer said, but have been working with him mostly on the issue of overlapping and conflicting standards for BEPS between the state and county governments, needing to ensure that there is sufficient predictability between those standards for building owners to know both what they need to comply with and to ensure that there is a single set of standards that everybody can live with. And so I know this is going to be a live, ongoing conversation as we get the bill from the House, but simply wanted to reiterate that we are trying to make these as manageable as possible.
Okay. Any questions for Senator Kramer? We're not going to expose Ross Seidman to questions. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to a list of unfavorables next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We've got Tom Ballantyne. I think I saw Mr. Ballantyne in the back. I've got Bryson Popham, Brian Anlou. We got Scott. Scott's back there from Washington Gas. Let's just fill up the table. Let's see, you've got one more. Lori Graff here. Bob Edens there. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. So who wants to lead off? Mr. Ballantyne, why don't you lead off? Just go down the table. All of you are signed up unfavorable.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here to recommend your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 807. The General Assembly removed language similar to this bill from the Climate Solutions Now Act, and we think that was a good policy decision because the approach to BEPS and the best approach is for the General Assembly to set one statewide standard and preempt local governments from adopting their own BEPS programs. To do otherwise would create a patchwork of inconsistent BEPS performance and reporting requirements that would become cumbersome and confusing for regulated entities, and we're extremely concerned about the fact that this bill would authorize local governments to set standards that are more restrictive than the state BEPS. We do believe that there is one reason to consider an exemption to the statewide policy, and that's for Montgomery County. They started their program in 2014. There still is not resolution of the overlap between the state and the local programs. At this point, we don't think the local program would pass a stringency test, and I think you just heard testimony to that effect. We agree, meaning it's not as stringent as the state program. That doesn't mean it's not effective, but they're not strictly consistent and wouldn't pass the test in this bill. So we do believe that there needs to be a solution for Montgomery County, but allowing local governments to set their own standards that could be more stringent than the state standard will create confusion, all kinds of potentially regional problems about utility price, energy supply, that will bring up issues that really should be dealt with at the state level. Thank you. I appreciate your attention.
We'll just go down the table, and each of you be up to 2 minutes. Testimony unfavorable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Scott Waitlevitz with Columbia Gas, and we oppose Senate Bill 807 as introduced. Certainly appreciate the sponsors' discussion on the intent of the bill and maybe modifications that may be taking place on it, and would like to continue those discussions and see what can be done on the bill. But as Mr. Ballantyne pointed out, we concur with many of his comments. Probably our biggest concern is that if you authorize up to 24 different, possibly more onerous BEPS regulations, it will just increase the cost on Marylanders. So I wanted to, again, note to the committee that the Federal Energy Policy Conservation Act, or EPCA, preempts state and local regulations or laws effectively banning EPCA-regulated products like fossil fuel furnaces and water tanks. I think that needs to be looked at if this legislation is going to be pursued, that local legislation could be preempted by federal law. So with that, as currently written, Columbia Gas would oppose House Bill or Senate Bill 807 and would encourage an unfavorable report.
Okay, Mr. Wren.
That's going to work. Let's try this one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, which is the statewide trade association representing builders and the 100,000 employees that work for them. I did have a very good meeting with Senator Kramer to talk about the bill. He emphasized to me in our discussion what he said to you, which is, obviously the problem for anybody who's in the business is the language in the bill that says, oh, counties can do this, but it's got to be more stringent than the state law. I know that you've got a bill coming over from the House this year, a very comprehensive bill. You have comprehensive bills in here. This is a huge issue, and I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed. What is the balance between local government and state government? How do you comply? What standards should there be? We've got, I guess we're halfway through the session, but we have time to continue to work on this and talk about it and maybe come up with a comprehensive solution going forward. So we look forward to working with the committee and with the bill sponsor to address these issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Popham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bryson Popham appearing on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of Greater Baltimore, also in opposition to Senate Bill 807. I'll simply adopt the testimony that's been given to you already by my colleagues on this panel and say you face a choice with this bill. And it's a jurisdictional choice, state policy, local policy. We have a robust and mature energy policy in this state. We have agencies that enforce the laws that we have, and we believe that they do a good job and they should be allowed to continue. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, member of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metro Washington. We represent multifamily and commercial office building owners in Montgomery and Prince George's County. I agree with the comments that the rest of the panel made, so I won't repeat them. I'll just touch a little bit on the tension between county and state BEPS. There's a few issues.
Montgomery County covers more buildings. They only specifically target EUI. The state does EUI and net direct emissions, so there's a little bit of tension there. Montgomery County's on a faster timeline. As you heard, they began their process for establishing BEPS back in 2014. So they've been at it for a while, and they have robust staff that is here to help with implementation, and they've heard a lot of our concerns and worked to make Montgomery County BEPS work in a way for us that won't jeopardize housing affordability in particular. So while we prefer county BEPS, we agree generally that there shouldn't be 24 different standards across the state. We ask that you simply grandfather Montgomery County in. The stringency piece, I think, is of major concern. That's somewhat of an eyeball test. I think it's very subjective as to whether it's more stringent or not. Just as a very brief example, the state allows alternative compliance fees. The county does not. So theoretically, you could have under the state a building owner who chooses to pay those fees rather than actually make the improvements. The county would actually have a greater reduction in emissions than the state would. But again, that's somewhat subjective. So we ask that you just simply grandfather Montgomery County. And with that, we urge an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the panel of unfavorables here? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 807. We're going to next go to Senator Rosapep, Senate Bill 882, and I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair to handle this particular bill.
Thank you. He's been spending a good amount of time in our committee. Senate Bill 882 is Coal Transportation Fee and Fossil Fuel Mitigation Fund, which is a coal dust cleanup and asthma remediation act. And joining you is going to be Alex Casper, Kristen Harbison, and that is it for now. Welcome back, Senator Rosapep.
Yeah, thank you. It's always glad to be back with all of you. I miss this committee, so I'm glad to be able to come back and visit. And do we have our whole panel up here who's coming up?
Yes, there'll be somebody virtually calling in.
That's great. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So this is a very simple bill. It's not like all the complex bills that Senator Kramer had. All it does is impose a fee on coal transported through the state. That's it. It raises revenue. We need revenue in the state. It's designed around environmental goals, obviously, and the impact that coal has on public health, that has on our environment. And it's drafted directs the money to reaching our climate goals and dealing with our health issues. That's the bill. There are two arguments, at least I see in the testimony against the bill, neither of which I find persuasive. One is an economic argument that by imposing this fee, it will encourage folks to ship coal not through the Port of Baltimore, but other places. But as you will see in the analysis, very detailed analysis done by the University of Maryland Environmental Center, at the $13 per ton level, it doesn't have that effect because it's low enough that the cost of shipping most of the coal from the Northern Appalachian to other places, it's still cheaper to come to Baltimore even with the $13 fee. And of course, $13 is a decision we make. So if you think it shouldn't be 13, it could be 12. Now the revenue estimate is this would raise at least $300 million a year. So the level you could set whatever you want to set it at depending on your view of the economics. That's one argument. The other argument is that it violates federal law. And there's analysis in one of the testimony, maybe several of the testimony, saying here's the theory behind which a judge would strike it down. And my response to that is simply, let's not be judges. Let's be legislators. Judges are good at being judges. That's what they're paid for. We're paid for deciding what we think is right for the people of our state. And if there are folks who think this violates federal law, they can go to court. And our Attorney General can defend it in court. And the judges will make the decision. That's the bill. Happy to answer any question, then turn it over to my panel. And then I'm actually going to excuse myself because I have some other things to get to.
Senator?
Yeah, well, a number of other things, yeah. But I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Let's see if there are questions for Senator Rosapep before he has to dash off. Senator Watson.
Thank you, Senator Rosapep. Appreciate you trying to raise revenue. Not as good as iGaming, but okay.
We can make a deal.
So when I look at these bills, and I look at the climate we're in now, I try to look at the unintended impact. We are paying a premium right now to keep Brandon Shores open.
Yes.
Brandon Shores relies on coal.
Yes.
We're going to increase the price of coal, which means that there's going to be an additional burden on taxpayers. Can you talk to me about that?
I'm not as expert as folks in this committee are on exactly how the PJM catastrophe works, but I actually cannot answer the question as to whether there's any impact on the payments that come through the system at Brandon Shores. Maybe one of our witnesses may be able to address it.
But it is true that when we had the issue with the Key Bridge, everything was routed to Virginia terminal, right?
I don't know exactly where everything went, but it wasn't going through our port.
All right, it went to a Virginia terminal.
Okay.
There are options. For those folks who may believe that in total the $334 million may be cost prohibitive, or there may be easier ways to make some money. Now, I heard your argument before, and I appreciate that. Is there an issue that doing this could impact federal appropriations? Is that what you were getting at?
No.
Talk to me about federal appropriations.
Yes and no. Yes or no. It's a fair question. So the argument made by the opponents is that if, and this is a theoretical hypothetical, if the fee were set at a rate which would materially reduce the amount of coal that would be shipped to the Port of Baltimore, and that theoretically could have folks ship other places, and depending on how the numbers worked out, it could reduce our ability to get money from the Corps of Engineers for dredging. That's the theory, but that's all theory. That's why I urge you to look at the University of Maryland's analysis, which is actually data-based. It's quite impressive. I mean, I'm generally impressed with the University of Maryland, but this is a data question. This is not a theoretical question.
Well, I look at it as a business, just a cost-benefit analysis.
It's a business, exactly. It's cost-benefit.
So there was a piece of opposition, or at least a question about those things that use coal, like the concrete industry, that could unintendedly be impacted as well. Can you speak to what some of these other things are? I hate to do this. We're trying to raise money, but in effect, it actually increases the cost of everything around us related to.
The short answer, this is about overwhelmingly, and other witnesses can address this, I don't have the numbers in my head. This is overwhelmingly about coal that's not used in Maryland. This is coal that is shipped through the Port of Baltimore. That's the point.
That's how the Port of Baltimore derives its revenue, right?
But it's shipping through the Port of Baltimore. It's coming through Maryland, coming in one end of the state and going out the other end of the state.
Okay. All right.
Senator Washington?
Yes, thank you. And then maybe some of the others, but there's different types of coal. Like there's lower quality coal that doesn't actually, we don't burn. They ship it out of the Port of Baltimore, and because China doesn't adhere to any of these standards, it goes mostly to like China.
Yes.
So that's what that is. So in terms of the coal that we would buy, so that's one thing to consider. So I don't know what that dollar amount would be or where that coal comes from, but that's true, wouldn't it be the case? And so if this bill doesn't pass, how much is Maryland? I think I've already gotten reports. So we're already losing like $400 million. We're going to be losing billions and hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government anyway. We're already, I'm just saying, unrelated to this bill. Like in general, there's a federal gap in funds. And so looking at ways to try to compensate those things are things that we need to consider.
Well, for sure. I mean, there is this little problem going on in Washington right now.
Exactly.
That's going to have a big impact on the state. And obviously in the Budget Committee, we're particularly focused on that.
Right.
So I think not everyone, I don't speak for everyone. I think many, many people agree that the state needs additional sources of revenue.
Right.
And there are different ways you can raise revenue, and this is one way to raise revenue. And that's why I was happy to sponsor the bill, because I think it is a simple, straightforward, reasonable way to raise revenue that meshes with our environmental goals. But it's not the only way to raise revenue, but it's an option.
It's sort of like a gold card for coal.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
No other questions for the good senator, so let you get back to your committee.
Thank you very, very much.
And then we have
I appreciate
witnesses.
your interest.
Thank you, Senator
Thanks a lot.
Rosenfeld. Kristen Harbison, League Conservation Voters, why don't you kick us off?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm the political director for Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here in very strong support for SB 882, the Coal Dust Cleanup and Asthma Remediation Act. This bill will raise revenue, it will help the state meet its climate and environmental goals, and it directly addresses public health. We appreciate Senator Rosa Pepp's leadership on this bill. Just as a reminder, of course, in 2022, the Maryland General Assembly passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, which set ambitious goals and put Maryland at the forefront of strong climate policy nationally. In December of 2023, the Maryland Department of the Environment released the Climate Pollution Reduction Plan, outlining the path to reach the goals set by that bill and identified recommendations to help fund that plan. This bill implements one of those recommendations, a hazardous substance fee. I'll draw your attention to the documents in my written testimony, which is co-signed by 24 organizations from across the state. First, the independent analysis by researchers at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, which demonstrates that this fee is, on average, less than half of the additional cost of the coal companies of rerouting their businesses to ports in Virginia, avoiding Maryland, the next closest export facility, to Senator Watson's point. One of the authors of this report will be here to offer informational testimony to answer questions. And second, there are 3 letters from community members living with coal dust pollution in Baltimore City who will directly benefit from this legislation. The challenges of coal dust in the community along the coal route, many of which are already overburdened and underserved, are real and significant, which is why we are especially pleased to be prioritizing legislation with such a strong environmental justice component. The communities that are most harmed by the pollution will be most benefit from the funds levied by this program. SB 882 is a legislative priority of Maryland LCV, and we strongly urge a favorable report.
And you are Alex Casper. Hi, from the American Lung Association. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's wonderful to see you all. For the record, my name is Alex Casper, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. We are here in support of Senate Bill 882 and thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. It's probably no surprise to you all that I'm here today to talk about asthma. While we echo our colleagues' comments regarding the environmental impacts, today we want to specifically address the impact of coal dust on people in Maryland living with asthma. Over 500,000 adults in Maryland live with asthma and almost 81,000 children. Asthma is a chronic condition that causes repeated episodes of chest tightness, wheezing, cough, and difficulty breathing. It can be life-threatening. If you've ever experienced this or had a loved one experience an asthma flare, it's terrifying. I can tell you firsthand, as my son lives with asthma, and nothing is scarier than watching him fight to breathe. Asthma can be triggered by a number of things, including allergens, exercise, air pollution, and coal dust. The national pediatric asthma rate is about 6.5% of children. In Maryland, it is 7.6%. And in Baltimore City, is at approximately 20%, and in some neighborhoods, significantly higher. There are about 17,000 asthma-related ER visits in Maryland and 1,500 asthma-related hospitalizations. Black children in Maryland have almost 5 times the rate of asthma-related emergency department visits as white children. The total asthma-related healthcare cost for ER visits and hospitalizations is $49.5 million annually. A recent study from the University of California, Davis, found that transporting coal comes with serious health risks for people who live nearby the trains, continuously generate fine particles which can penetrate deep into the lungs and even the bloodstreams, causing asthma attacks, heart problems, and even premature death. Senate Bill 882 makes important investments in the asthma program and treatment in our state, and we would encourage the funding to be used to provide support to families living with asthma, to reduce triggers, education, to manage, control asthma, and ensure that patients receive health care and treatment access that they need. The American Lung Association believes everyone has the right to breathe clean, healthy air and asks for a favorable report.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Casper. We have a number of other witnesses. We're going to go first to Ruth Ann Norton, who is here virtually with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Ruth Ann, if you could turn on your camera, we would love to hear from you.
I'm trying to. It's keeping me from doing it. There you go.
All right. Excellent. Welcome. Good to see you. You get up to 2 minutes.
Always good to see you, and I've learned so much about many things today, as I always do. I am here on behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I am Ruth Ann Norton, our president and CEO. We strongly support Senate Bill 882, and I so appreciate the testimony right before me that covered so many important factors around asthma, so I'll try to be brief. But the Coal Dust Cleanup and Asthma Remediation Act that we support it because it directly addresses the health and environmental harm caused by coal transport while investing in cleaner air, asthma treatment, and energy-efficient homes for Maryland's most impacted communities. As our home visitors go into homes in communities that are surrounding these areas, one of the things that we know as we lay tack mats and take other measures to reduce asthma is the heavy presence of coal dust on the floors and on the surfaces in many homes that we serve. Communities near coal transport routes face disproportional health risk. Baltimore is the second largest coal exporting port in the United States, with 28% of coal exports passing through the city. The PM2.5 exposure from coal dust has a significant impact on triggering asthma attacks and also on cardiovascular events and emergency hospital visits and hospitalizations that are costly for the 500,000 residents with asthma in Maryland and almost over $100 million in annual direct medical costs, much of it often carried by Medicaid. So this is entirely preventable. The fee will directly fund programs that have proven to successfully reduce asthma and support vulnerable communities, and it is much needed in our work to ensure that we reduce asthma so kids can get to the classroom healthy and ready to learn, as asthma is also the #1 reason that children miss school. Just investing in asthma, we know, will reduce Medicaid costs by an average of over $2,900 per patient.
Ruth Ann, if you could wrap up, your time has expired.
To this. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Try to be tough on everybody around the clock because we are here very many long hours.
I don't do this that much anymore, so it's okay.
All good. Ann Bristow signed up, but she is not with us, so we're going to move on. Micah Englund, you're with the same group. I'm assuming you were here for signed up to back up Ruth Ann.
He's a Me Too.
Sorry, he's a Me Too. That is the perfect testimony. Jamie DeMarco is in the room, I believe. Mr. DeMarco, why don't you testify, and then we'll take questions for all of the proponents. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie DeMarco, here representing the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I want to first say that we are here in favorable testimony for SB 882. I want to first say that this bill will not cause coal to go to other ports. That is because there are 2 terminals in Maryland. One is owned by Consol Energy, the other is owned by CSX. These are not public ports that multiple companies can use. This is infrastructure that these companies own. If they transport their coal through another port, they will be letting the infrastructure that they own sit idle while paying someone else to use their terminal. So these are sunk cost infrastructure that these companies own. And we saw this happen. In 2023, Maryland exported 24 million tons of coal. In 2024, of course, the port was closed for many months of the year. And that year, the state exported 22.4 million. So that is only a 6% decrease. So if closing the port for many months of the year only results in a 6% decrease in the amount of coal we export, a nominal fee is certainly not going to drive them elsewhere because this is infrastructure that they own. In 2023, Maryland, of the electricity we generated in state, only 5% came from coal. That's less than solar. 6% came from solar. That number is going to decrease in a few short years when Brandon Shores and Wagner come offline and are replaced fully by the transmission line that we are paying for to replace them. On that day, we won't be using any coal for our in-state electricity generation, and then it will be impossible for any of these costs to be passed on because we will not be purchasing coal for our electricity. So they can't go elsewhere, and very soon this will have no impact on electricity costs. Thank you. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Questions for any of the proponents? I see Senator Augustine.
Madam Chair, I believe that Annie Bristow is in the waiting room.
Okay, we will go back then to Ann Bristow, who has just joined us.
Hello?
Ms. Bristow, you have up to 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Chair Kagan and committee, thank you for your time today. Greetings from Mountain, Maryland. I'm Ann Bristow and live in Garrett County, about 2 miles from the Allegheny County line. I'm situated between coal mines, an underground mine 20 miles to my west and a surface mine 5 miles to my east. I'm also 12 miles from Cumberland, Maryland, a CSX rail hub and major commercial route for mountain coal to Baltimore. I've lived here for almost 4 decades and have seen pollution from coal dust, whether blowing off the mountain, when following coal trucks from mines, or driving through Cumberland or along CSX lines. I've been in friends' homes or in businesses in Cumberland and seen and felt coal dust coating people's windowsills and inside these buildings if windows were open. Think of asthma as an early warning sign within lungs intolerant of particulate pollution, predominantly coal dust in my region. Many of us don't have such intolerances, but that doesn't mean coal dust isn't having an effect on our lungs. Both cancers and cardiovascular disease have established links with air pollution, and historical and current coal mining, processing, and transport are significant sources of this pollution. Allegheny County exceeds state averages for both of these chronic illnesses, and asthma rates are 2 times higher in Allegheny County than Maryland as a whole. I urge favorable support for this bill that would provide community and public health relief and support. Thank you for your time today.
Why don't you stick with us? We have Senator Augustine who has questions for any of the witnesses. And I don't know if Ruth Ann is still on. Okay, all right, Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. It's just a broad sort of question to you all. You come in here, you're talking about coal dust, right? But then you've said you're not going to change any behavior, so that means there's no change to the coal dust. And you've only put in here 2% actually for asthma, which is only $6 million. So why are you presenting this bill in that way? I mean, that's not helping up, that allocation is not going to change the health, the public health of the people who you've come in here saying that this bill is about.
I'll let my co-witness speak to the asthma piece of it. I will say that obviously we would prefer to have the coal trains covered so that the coal dust did not spread into the community. That is not an option. That our understanding is that federal regulations prevent that because it's a fire hazard. So our understanding, and this could be wrong, I'd be happy to look it up and talk with you more later, is that the only option for transporting coal by train is through uncovered cars.
No, I understand that, and I'm okay with that, but I'm just saying to you, you all have said that it's not going to change the behavior, but you're in here saying that this is about helping with the coal dust, but it doesn't do anything with the coal dust if you don't change the behavior based on what you said. And then you're not allocating any money to help the people at the same time. It's all for, and it's fine, and it's okay. I'm just saying, being intellectually honest, the money is going for something else. It's going for GHG reduction and stuff like that. I mean, the lion's share of it, 97%.
40%, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying 40% goes directly to serve the overburdened and underserved communities along the coal track. That is written into the bill.
It says that 40% has to go into the overburdened neighborhoods.
Yes,
I saw that.
Surrounding the track.
But it does not, it's still attached to the climate side, right? Because it says that you have to use it for energy efficiency and things like that. That's what it says as far as the 2 percentages work together of what you're doing. So it's still not like.
I think we'd be happy to work with you on amendments to address your
I'm just trying to understand, you know what I mean? When you come in, you're presenting what it's doing, right? That's all. So thank you. I'm happy to talk to you about it.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I can also just add really quickly that the other pieces that are the climate pieces that are in the part of the bill are really important to the American Lung Association as well, because they do impact air quality. And again, we tell people all the time who have chronic lung disease, including asthma, that air quality is critical. So, for example, on a bad air quality day, my son may have to restrict what he can do and what he can't do. We have to determine if we can go outside, if he can play lacrosse that day, because those days can impact his asthma. And so I think it looks at it as a whole, part of it looks as a whole.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions for the proponents, so thank you all for your testimony. We appreciate your being here. We're going to shift to the opponents to this bill.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to call a whole lot of names, so why don't you just start making your way here. And Scott Cowan, David Pendleton, David Chenoweth, Sushant Sid, Dex Sloan, Jeff Fraley.
Where do you want to sit?
That's it.
Give me this.
All right, please grab your seats, and first one to sit down can start testifying. You get up to 2 minutes. Sushant, you want to kick us off? Grab the mic.
Sure. Just a quick question.
Please.
Madam Chair. I registered twice.
You did.
Okay, just make
David
sure
Chenoweth, David Chenoweth.
I'm sorry?
You get one bite at the apple.
Thank you.
And that's at the core of my response.
I appreciate it.
Come on, you're not even looking, David. David, you're not even looking. That's
I'm
the
sorry.
core of my response.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Sushant Sid, please kick us off.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid here on behalf of CSX Transportation in opposition to Senate Bill 882. CSX has a long history in the state of Maryland and is proud to its commitment to the state's economy. We continue to make investments in the state, most notably the redevelopment of the Howard Street Tunnel in Baltimore, bringing double-stack container service to the region, improving the competitive viability of the Port of Baltimore in the aftermath of the Key Bridge tragedy. This legislation would have significant negative impact on the state's overall economy and specifically the Port of Baltimore. The Port of Baltimore has a competitive advantage over other ports along the eastern seaboard of the United States because of its inland location and extensive rail infrastructure. This bill, strictly from an economic standpoint, would eliminate this advantage, making coal transportation, which is a major commodity, cost prohibitive. CSX linkages and experience with ports are extensive, running 20,000 miles of track and serving over 70 ports around the United States. Due to the national reach of CSX and the importance to our nation's economy, Congress has long preempted state taxes and fees imposed upon the transportation of interstate commerce. The express purpose of the Interstate Commerce Commission Termination Act of 1995, known as ICTA, was to eliminate economic regulation of railroads by the states. State taxes and fees of this nature are also preempted by the Railroad Revitalization Regulatory Reform Act of 1976, the 4R Act. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the 4R Act prohibits state and local tax schemes that discriminate against railroads. Absent ICTA and the 4R Act, every state, city, and county could impose transportation fees on a number of commodities, a patchwork of state and local fees that would grind our supply chain to a halt. This is the precise outcome that Congress sought to prevent. Tax policy is a tool of government to influence behavior. This bill would simply encourage buyers and sellers of coal to use other ports, likely costing the Port of Baltimore and the state millions in economic activity. As has been discussed by this committee, the demand for energy is globally and locally is only going to increase. And thank you.
Let's go all the way down, and we will end with David Chenoweth, Mary Hartman. Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Kagan and members of the Senate EEE Committee, my name is David Pendleton. I'm the director of the Maryland Safety and Legislative Board for the Transportation Division of SMART. Our members in the state of Maryland are employees of CSX Transportation, Norfolk Southern, Canton Railroad, Amtrak, and Alstom. We are conductors, engineers, yardmasters, and switchmen. We are the train union. I am here today urging an unfavorable report on SB 882. The Port of Baltimore is responsible for $395 million in state and local taxes every year. SB 882 would double that figure on the back of just one commodity, coal. On a tonnage basis, coal is the port's largest export and responsible for thousands of jobs at the port, on the railroad, Maryland surface mines, and in Western Maryland. Not only is coal important in these places, but it is also critical to Marwin. It takes 300 tons of coal to make the steel and concrete needed to build a single 1 megawatt wind turbine. Marwin will have 22 of these 12.5 megawatt wind turbines on its farm off the coast in Ocean City. This project will require 80,000 tons of coal for use in its construction. The port needs coal. Marwin needs coal. Maryland's railroad, mine, port, and steel workers need coal. In short, Maryland needs coal. A tax of this magnitude would likely lead to layoffs in our industry. If not the outright abandonment of transportation of coal in the state. During these times of budget deficits, the last thing the state's economies need is a loss of tax-paying workers and job-producing industries. Thank you for your time and consideration of our position. I urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Pendleton.
I sure can.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kagan and members of the committee. I'm Jeff Fraley, the chairman of the Baltimore Industrial Group, testifying in opposition to SB 882. The Baltimore Industrial Group, or BIG, was established in 2004 to advocate for maritime and industrial interests in Baltimore City. We have 21 members ranging from private marine terminals, manufacturers, and commercial warehousers to distributors, transportation providers, and supporting contractors like myself. BIG employs over 3,000 people who live in Baltimore City and over 52,000 collectively as a group. Our industry provides people with family-sustaining wages that pay an average of $75,000 per year, plus benefits and health insurance. BIG members generate over 500,000 truck trips per year and ship over 13 million rail cars. We contribute several million in local taxes and provide, again, family-sustaining opportunities for those without a college degree and/or a high school diploma. The barrier to entry in our industry is simple yet clear: show up drug-free and ready to work. I strongly believe our industry provides the best and most attainable opportunity for folks without higher levels of traditional education. As part of our advocacy work, a BIG member recently commissioned the Tyson Group to survey residents of the Baltimore media market on the Port of Baltimore and found overwhelming support for the port. Of those 424 people surveyed, 93% feel the port has a positive image, 92% feel the port is important, 97% are in support of businesses that operate at the port, 92% would be more likely to buy products if they knew that they were produced in the Port of Baltimore. And a small silver lining, 76% learned more about the port after the tragic collapse of the Key Bridge. I'm happy to share the survey results with the members of the committee. While I support the testimony provided by others that this legislation would have significant impact on the Port of Baltimore and the broader industrial manufacturing sector of Baltimore and in turn our state's economy, I'd like to add that this legislation will ultimately limit the opportunity being provided to the blue-collar folks of the state of Maryland.
Next witness, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dak Sloan, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Strategy at Core Natural Resources, which is the largest coal exporter at the Baltimore Port. I plan to focus my remarks on our Pennsylvania and West Virginia operations, which are most germane to the discussion. In total, we produce around 34 million tons of these operations and export around 19 million of those tons. The vast majority of that total is sold to steel makers, cement manufacturers, and brick kilns, which means the material we are supplying is critical for the build-out of global economies, particularly in Asia. Thus, some of this coal is used for the construction of roads, bridges, and building stock, and some of it is used for the construction of a new low-carbon economy in the form of wind turbines, mass transit systems, and electric vehicles. It's important to point out that to compete, we must manage our costs intensely because these growth markets are halfway around the world. Every day, we're competing with Australian, Indonesian, and Russian producers, all of which are far more advantageously positioned than we are, with freight rates that are half or even a third of what we incur. Given that we are going to be at a substantial disadvantage from an ocean freight perspective, it's essential that we manage our operating, rail, and logistics costs fiercely, and we do so with the assistance of our rail partners. Core has ownership positions in two large ports, CMT in Baltimore and DTA in Newport News, Virginia. We currently move most of our thermal coal via Baltimore, and we toggle between Baltimore and Newport News at our metallurgical mines. It's important to note that the rail rate is almost identical for movements from our met mines to Baltimore or Hampton Roads, and so we work closely with our rail partners to determine which move will be most efficient on a daily basis. Fortunately, there is significant excess capacity at Hampton Roads ports with the potential for relatively easy expansion, and it's good to have options. 3 times in the past 3 years, there have been significant disruptions in Baltimore, and in each instance, we've been able to redirect our volumes in relatively short order. In short, we can and will always find a way to get our tons into the market, which is why Maryland can't afford to render the Baltimore port uneconomic.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Pendleton, you must be Mr. Cowan.
Hi.
All right, Scott Cowan, you're next.
My name is Scott Cowan. I am president of International Longshoremen's Association, Local 333 here in Baltimore, and I am vice president for our international out of North Bergen, New Jersey. We represent about 2,400 longshoremen in the Port of Baltimore, and some of those folks work at the Core Energy Terminal, loading and exporting coal. They have great health care, great retirement, high wages, and a good work schedule that promotes a work-life balance. As everybody knows, the biggest maritime tragedy to ever hit the port was last year. We cannot afford to push any cargo away from the Port of Baltimore. Coal makes the Port of Baltimore an energy port, as was talked about earlier, which gives us federal funding for our dredging. They call the Port of Baltimore the economic engine of the state. Well, an engine needs maintenance, and that's dredging, and it needs fuel, that's cargo. If we don't have those things, the economic engine won't run. This is a risk-reward option here. They want to risk the cargo for the reward of some money to help the state's economy. You can't take that risk. It's going to turn into a lose-lose. Cargo is going to leave, and you're not going to have the money because you're not going to be able to get the money off the cargo. It's not going to be here. I'm going to leave you with this. Ships are made of steel, and they float for a reason. They will take them somewhere else. $1 a unit, pennies on a ton, they will move cargo to a different port. That's been proven in the past. My family's been working in this port for generations, not years, generations. I've seen it come and go. I've been working here since 1994. If this happens, it's putting the port in jeopardy, and it's putting our cargo in jeopardy. Thank you.
Cowan, and I will announce that David Chenoweth has signed up for Baltimore Port Alliance and Host Agency LLC, and he is going to magically mush those together and tell us his thoughts on both in less than 2 minutes. Go for it.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Baltimore Port Alliance is a 501c nonprofit organization that represents a lot of the maritime interests in the Port of Baltimore. The Baltimore Port Alliance strongly opposes Senate Bill 882, placing a toll booth at the Port of Baltimore, particularly on commodities that help drive our fund for Deepwater Channel, puts our state at a competitive disadvantage against other East Coast ports. As port business still recovers from the Key Bridge collapse, now is not the time to further disrupt an important part of our state. I'm going to mesh all this together, okay? What are the effects? Revenue, jobs that'll be lost if cargo moves. It also hinders the port's ability to negotiate and work towards funding for dredging, which is a major backbone of the Port of Baltimore to maintain a deep water channel. The reduction in coal shipments would impact tremendously the Maryland Bay pilots, tug companies, line handlers, surveyors. You've heard testimony from other people here. I'm not going to go over that. I would say that Senate Bill 882 to its extreme would result in suppliers considering shifting a portion of their exports to other ports, primarily Virginia. Let me be clear. There is ample room in Hampton Roads, Virginia, to take millions and millions and millions of tons of coal that are here in Baltimore, and as stated before, the rail is even. It's a no-brainer in that. Under T. Parker Host, I'm looking at my time very quickly. We're concerned with such a bill because of the economic consequences. If you go back to the 90s when the Port of Baltimore had 3 grain elevators, due to pricing, due to taxing, there are no longer 3 grain elevators in the Port of Baltimore. Gone, 100% gone, 200 ship calls a year. This has the makings of following that pattern. I firmly believe, on behalf of the company that I work for, that suppliers will look at where the coal is coming out of. It is driven globally, and to think that the Port of Baltimore maintains...
Go, finish your sentence.
There's no guarantee the Port of Baltimore will continue to export 22 million tons. It's driven globally.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Hey, Chair Kagan, do you have James Slaughter on the proponent list?
I do not.
The lawyer for Core Natural Resources, I can testify in 1 minute.
Okay, so we are with, you said proponent? We are with opponents right now. So we have, yeah, so, well, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
You're an opponent. I have called all of the opponents, and your name is not on here. And then we have one informational. I think we can give you 1 minute.
Fair enough.
1 minute. Really fast.
Thank you, Chair Kagan. I'm a lawyer for Core Natural
Wait, can you please, hold on. Microphone, first
I'm
name,
a
last name.
James Slaughter. I'm a lawyer for Core Natural Resources. Speaking as an opponent, we filed a letter outlining the constitutional problems with the bill. You heard earlier that the bill is federally preempted, but also under the U.S. and Maryland constitutions, it's unconstitutional under the Commerce Clause. Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution protects interstate transportation of coal and similar goods. Coal is a classic item in interstate transportation. Supreme Court decisions going back over a century have struck down fees on goods in interstate commerce that have no proportion to the activity of that product in the state. This coal is simply moving through the state of Maryland, a classic good in interstate transportation, and therefore the U.S. Constitution bars putting a punitive tax on coal that's in transportation. And likewise, there has to be a nexus between any fee. Also violates equal protection of the law.
It's helpful information. If you could please make sure that our committee staff gets your testimonies so that we can have access to it.
Thank you very much.
That'd be great because it's not in here. Sushan, if you want to come back to the table, Mr. Slaughter, if you want to stay nearby, you all can, yeah, please. Let's have everybody available for Senator Watson's question.
Yeah, I think I just need a 30-second response. The opponents made a lot of assertions, One of them was the business can't go anywhere else. That was one. The other one is that, somehow this is going to help the helps. Look, I would lean towards it if one dime was going to go to reducing the state's debt. None of it goes. And that's the number one priority, at least for me right now, reducing the tax burden. So my question to you, and I'm looking at a quote from the Port of Virginia CEO, we processed and diverted cargo after the Port of Baltimore incidents without any degradation of service and clearly demonstrated our position as the most modern gateway in America. That's what he said. And so my question is it a reasonable assertion? Because you talked about reducing the shipments, but is it a reasonable assertion that these would literally go to another port and reduce their reliance on the Port of Baltimore? Is that a fair statement?
Okay.
And you guys being the business guys.
If I could.
One of you can answer.
One, yeah.
One.
I'll be happy to tackle that for you. Yes. The other portion that I didn't get a chance to bring up is this Senate Bill 882 with a $13 short ton figure on it. Stay with me on this. Increases the overall voyage cost of the ship to come to the Port of Baltimore on a Panamax size by $1.2 million and on a Cape size by $2 million. When you start doing the math and you are a supplier or a trader and you wish to trade 5 million tons of coal, figure out how many ships you need and add that all together, Virginia looks very enticing. Mississippi River looks very enticing.
Thank you.
Mobile, Alabama looks enticing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chenoweth. And there's one, I see no other questions for the opponents. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. We have one witness if she's here, Elizabeth Price, informational. Ms. Price, you get up to 2 minutes. When these gentlemen have evacuated, grab a seat. Welcome to our committee. Please give us your name and you get up to 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide informational testimony on SB 882. I'm Elizabeth Price. I'm a senior research assistant at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and I'll be speaking on behalf of our research today and not the university. UMC's professor, Lisa Wanger, and I analyzed whether the proposed coal transport fee had the potential to divert coal exports from Baltimore to ports in other states. Specifically, we examined the transportation costs of switching from the Port of Baltimore to the Port of Virginia, which has coal terminals in Norfolk and Hampton Roads, and handled some of Baltimore's coal exports during the port shutdown, as we've heard. We compared distances and costs under current conditions and under conditions where rail lines in Maryland were effectively blocked to mimic travel if shipments were routed to avoid the fee. The key findings from our analysis are the following. First, no port diversions are expected from the northern Appalachian coal region where most coal currently exported from Baltimore is mined. Diverting northern Appalachian coal exports to the Port of Virginia would increase transportation distances from mine to port by an average of almost 600 miles and raise costs by an estimated $27 per short ton, which is more than double the proposed fee of $13. Secondly, a small volume of coal coming to Baltimore from the central Appalachian coal region is likely to be diverted to the Port of Virginia. Even without the fee, mines in this region have shorter travel distances and lower estimated costs to use the Port of Virginia. And finally, increasing transportation costs could reduce coal export volumes from Baltimore if mines have to increase prices. Given that the $13 fee would be about 18% of the current estimated $70 per ton selling price of coal exported from Baltimore, mines could struggle to remain competitive in the global market with the initiation of the fee. Thank you.
I just want to flag for colleagues and for anyone watching at home. Just want to flag that there is a study that was handed out. It should be on your desk, and I assume it's probably available online at some point too. So thank you for your study. Thank you for the work. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions about the study? Anything from Ms. Price? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your work. And that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 882. Thank you all. Back to the chair.
Okay, folks, we're going to go to our final bill of the day, Senate Bill 804 from Senator Brooks. And I'm going to call his panel. Is Aaron Sherman still here? Aaron Sherman, Kevin Walton, Reverend Delian Hitton. Okay, come on up. Jamie DeMarco here. Yes. And Benjamin Rush. And then we have some additional witnesses after that, but this is the Senator Brooks' designated panel, and then I'll take additional witnesses after we're done with this panel. So Senator Brooks, why don't you start, and then we'll take it from there. Final bill of the day.
Okay, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my great committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 804. That's the Better Buildings Act of 2025. This bill would require newly constructed buildings and major renovations in Maryland to meet water and space heating demands and laundry needs without the use of costly, health-harming fossil fuels. Additionally, it would also require that new buildings to incorporate energy efficiency, ensuring more affordable, comfortable, and resilient homes. The Better Building Act honors the General Assembly's commitment to move toward a broader electrification of new construction. Following a feasibility study in December 2023, the Public Service Commission released that study. The PSC found that a high electrification scenario in the state would only moderately increase the demand in electricity, while significantly reducing the demand on gas. Specifically, the state electric grid would see a maximum growth of 2.1%, which is comparable to the average growth of Maryland's electric grid over the past 40 years. Additionally, building sector gas demands would be reduced by about 31% by 2031. As after much research and patience, it is time for the General Assembly to act on its promise and pass the Better Building Act. The longer we wait to electrify our buildings and make our energy grid cleaner, the harder it will be to make the transition into the future. If passed, SB 804 has 4 key parts to ensure that our buildings are efficient and wired for clean energy economy that is forthcoming. The bill requires that all new building or significant improvements secure their energy from non-fossil fuel sources. This means that appliances like home furnaces and hot water heaters installed in new construction would have to be electric. In addition, it also allows justification to make exceptions for backup generators, cooking stoves, and other buildings that have demonstrated need for fossil fuels. The bill also requires new buildings to meet energy efficient requirements according to the International Electric Conservation Code. Specifically, new buildings must achieve a 65% energy efficiency rate if their building permit application are received after 2033. Another requirement is that all new buildings which have more than 20,000 square feet of clear roof space and will be 20 stories or less in height be solar ready. Lastly, there's an electric ready requirement to ensure that buildings owners can transition to fully electric buildings when desired with little upfront cost. SB 804 represents a significant advancement in Maryland's effort to achieve its climate goals. This bold and ambitious initiative demonstrates the proactive approach necessary to enhance energy efficiency and ensure buildings are prepared for electrification. Since 2022, we have conducted comprehensive studies and carefully considered exceptions to the proposed requirements. Furthermore, this transition will be implemented gradually to ensure proper execution of new standards, allowing builders the necessary time to adapt and prepare for the shift to all electric construction. For these reasons, I request a favorable report on SB 804.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Let's go down the table. Why don't we start to my left, and then we'll end up with Mr. DeMarco. So why don't you proceed? Sure. And each of you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. My name is Erin Sherman, and I belong to RMI, an independent nonprofit working to advance the clean energy transition. At RMI, I specialize in building energy regulations, including energy code. I urge the committee to favorably consider the Better Buildings Act, and will summarize 3 reasons why. First, the act will save money in the long term. New construction is the best possible time in a building's life to make it pollution-free and affordable to operate for all its future occupants. In the commercial sector, building right the first time saves building owners from spending 10 times more to switch to zero pollution building systems later. Every year this bill doesn't pass, Maryland locks in several thousand newly permitted homes that will cost up to 4 times more to retrofit in the future. When it comes to health harming and greenhouse gas pollution, we're in a hole, and the Better Buildings Act is how we stop digging. Second, the act is compatible with building more homes in Maryland. The near-term costs to home builders will be negligible or even negative for 2 reasons. First, in our state, all electric new homes are less expensive to build because they don't require an entire second set of utility infrastructure. Second, the efficiency provisions of the act don't require any increase in stringency over current Maryland law until 2030. This gradual phase-in and cost-conscious approach will protect our construction industry while advancing our high-performance building sector. Third, the act is limited in scope. It only applies to new construction and significant improvements, which are alterations or additions whose cost is 50% or more of the pre-improvement cost to replace the structure. Practically speaking, these are gut renovations. The efficiency requirements in the bill only affect new buildings smaller than those covered by BEPS, so there's no conflict there. In other words, this cannot cause a building owner to initiate a retrofit they would not otherwise have made. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next witness.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chairman. I'm Reverend Jolene Hinton, Chair of Central Maryland Ecumenical Council and lead pastor of the Northwest Baltimore Cooperative Parish of the United Methodist Church. I support the Better Buildings Act, and no one has paid me to say that. That has to be said because last year a former Ravens player flew here from Texas to host a reception for legislators and submit testimony against the Better Buildings act, claiming he was doing so for the concerns of the struggles of the Black community in Baltimore. It was only last month that I read in the Washington Post that that man's organization is a front for oil companies and gas utilities. So today I speak for myself. I know burning gas in my building is dangerous from personal experience. A few years ago, a repair person fixed our furnace at the parsonage, and late that night a loud boom went off and it shook my house from the top to the bottom. We gathered our papers together and flew to our cars, and we found out later that the coupling had been installed inappropriately. We were lucky we did not lose our home, nor did we lose our life, but we did become extremely anxious, and it interfered with our sleep and the rest of our day. Burning gas indoors is harmful to us and to our climate. Converting existing infrastructure like the furnace in my basement can be a lot of work, but surely we can all agree that there is no good reason to build a new gas-burning building in Maryland ever again. Today, I request a favorable report on SB 804.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Rausch. I am a mechanical engineer and a fire protection engineer. And I am also the chair of the Maryland Green Building Council, and I'm speaking as a private citizen, not representing that group. In my own practice as a mechanical engineer, we overwhelmingly design heat pump buildings already. All sorts of form factors, all sorts of building uses, all sorts of different heat requirements. They're highly flexible. They're already usable in our Maryland climate. There is no difficulty using them. The overwhelming majority of projects we work on, even when they're designed by others, particularly in multifamily where we do a great deal of building startup, are already heat pump based. They might use gas for a fireplace, they might use gas for a commercial kitchen and a senior living, but they're overwhelmingly heat pump based already because they're cheaper to build, to the point already made. The state has made a commitment already to degasify buildings. Right now, you're letting owners dig a deeper hole. So you're saying, great, you can build a gas building today, but take that gas back out by 2030 if you're a 35,000 square foot building or larger. It is not sensible. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is code allowed, and it is occurring even now. So this closes that down and aligns the state's goals with the state's energy code. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next witness.
Chair Feldman and committee members. My name is Kevin Walton, and I'm here representing the Climate Mobilization of Montgomery County. Our organization urges a favorable report for SB 804, the Better Buildings Act. My experience with building energy and electrification includes serving since 2022 as the chair of the Montgomery County Building Energy Performance Board, which advises on the county's building energy performance standards law. This week, Montgomery County passed by unanimous vote the regulations to implement the 2022 Building Energy Performance Standards Law. This will result in increased building electrification across the county. An arduous and time-consuming process was required to reach the final set of regulations that was acceptable to building owners, residents of multifamily buildings, and all the other groups and constituents affected by the law. A new construction building electrification law similar to SB 804 was passed by unanimous vote also in Montgomery County in 2022. This law also required an extended vetting process. Despite these achievements at the local level, the state should take the lead in new building electrification for several reasons. Issues surrounding the requirements for new construction electrified buildings are no different in Montgomery County than they are in Howard, Prince George's, Anne Arundel, Somerset, or Baltimore counties, or Baltimore City. A state law creates the greatest clarity for builders and building owners, knowing that all jurisdictions have the same minimum requirements. The law positions Maryland as a major leader in sustainable construction, creating business opportunities across the state and the region. Having the state take the lead on new building electrification creates the most efficient process to build the most efficient buildings. In conclusion, the Climate Mobilization urges the passage of SB 804 because it will promote clarity and consistency across the state as we rise to meet the challenges of energy use, climate change, and quality living and working spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie DeMarco, here representing the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I want to emphasize that the Better Buildings Act is grid-friendly. As the sponsor mentioned, when this committee considered this legislation back in 2022, you instead directed the PSC to do a study on whether the grid can handle electrification. That study, PSC decided not to just look at new building electrification, but electrification of the entire building stock and electrification of transportation. And it found that even in high electrification scenarios of the entire economy, that growth in the grid would be comparable to historical growth in the grid, and therefore the grid could handle it. New buildings is a tiny, tiny fraction of the existing building stock, and building stock is a tiny fraction of projected demand growth. So if the grid can handle economy-wide electrification, there is no doubt that the grid can handle new building electrification. We also know that you only put strain on the grid if you increase peak demand. PJM is a summer peaking grid. It's projected to be a summer peaking grid for the next 15 years at least. Electrifying winter heating increases your annual consumption, but it doesn't increase peak demand because it takes place in the winter. Lastly, I'll say the bill does have energy efficiency measures, so for many buildings, their electricity use will be less than it would have otherwise been without this bill. So for all those reasons, I know there are a lot of concerns about the grid this year. This is a grid-friendly bill that is not going to cause problems. We do know that you will hear testimony today that electricity is more expensive. I want to say that that is only true if you look at resistance heat. Resistance heat is very different from a heat pump, which is modern technology. If you're using modern technology, as a study done by MDE under the Hogan administration, done by E3, found electricity is more affordable both to build and to operate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Brooks, the sponsor, or the 5 witnesses? Senator Watson.
Quick question for you, Mr. DeMarco. Always good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
I understand everything you said about the savings over time. I get it. I agree. My question is about the cost of acquisition. So the governor is trying to really push affordable housing. We know what that means. And the initial cost of a house upgraded to do these types of things may cost a little more. And so I'm just wondering whether or not, if this bill goes in place, can we really achieve our affordable housing goals? I'd just like your opinion on that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Under the Hogan administration, MDE commissioned E3 to do an analysis comparing the cost of building new buildings with electricity versus electricity and gas. It found that it is cheaper to build a new building at the point of construction that is all electric. As Aaron said, because you're not building 2 redundant energy systems. It is true that when you're retrofitting a building, it can be expensive. But at the point of construction, it is more affordable to build all electric, and it is also more affordable on an ongoing basis. So it lowers the cost of construction according to the E3 report commissioned by MDE. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to call up the next panel of witnesses. I've got, is Mariah Schreiner here from Sierra Club, Brittany Jones, BGE. Saw Brittany. Come on up. This is a group, another panel of favorables. David Liu.
Mr. Chair, I'm in opposition. Do you want me to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, my apologies. Hold back. We're all good. There's a little typo here in the sheet. Hold on a second. We've got, okay, I think the rest, okay, the rest of the testimony is unfavorable. Okay, so you're the extent of the 2 remaining favorable witnesses. So, sir, why don't you tell us who you are, and then we'll take these 2 witnesses, and then we'll go to the unfavorables.
Wait, should I continue with my testimony here now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Tell us who you are, and then you can testify.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is David Liu, and I'm a sophomore at Merritt's Ridge High School in Howard County. As the son of 2 scientists, I have understood from an early age the importance of clean energy and the role it plays in protecting our health. Last summer, I had the opportunity to conduct climate research at the University of Maryland, and I've learned through field data collection how our reliance on fossil fuels poses future risks. Most importantly, I learned about the detrimental effects of our reliance on fossil fuels at school. We watch documentaries, read articles, and write reports on their contributions to climate change and the endangerment of public health. If we know that burning fossil fuels pollutes our air, why should we not take every opportunity to reduce its use? My county and Montgomery County have already enacted a version of this bill, and I believe that it is important to recognize the bill's value statewide, as well as consider the voices of students like me, who will ultimately inherit the consequences of the decisions made today. If we as students are expected to learn about the importance of reducing fossil fuel dependence, then our leaders should be just as responsible to support policies for a sustainable future. Looking around, I understand the power to turn what we learn in the classroom into real change lies here in the Senate. On behalf of my peers, I urge a favorable report on SB 804. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our other witness.
Good evening, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Mariah Schreiner, and I am the Climate Campaign Representative with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report on SB 804. The science is clear. Burning gas appliances pose a significant public health risk to our communities, increasing the level of nitrous oxides, benzene, and particulates inside buildings. Long-term exposure can have severe health consequences, especially for the children and the elderly, increasing the risk of asthma, other chronic respiratory illnesses, and premature death. Our communities understand the harms of burning gas because we've been measuring the pollution ourselves and seen the impacts on people's lives. Gas appliances, especially those that vent outdoors like water and space heating equipment addressed in the Better Buildings Act, also play a large role in contributing to dangerous levels of pollution and smog during warmer months. This pollution is a major public health issue in Maryland, with approximately 5.1 million Marylanders living in areas with unsafe levels of smog. It is also imperative to continue to advance building electrification to help mitigate the future impacts of climate change in our state. With 13% of greenhouse gas emissions in Maryland coming from burning fossil fuels in buildings, we cannot achieve our climate goals, especially reaching net zero emissions by 2045, without including building electrification as part of the solution. In conversations I've had with members and our supporters statewide, the momentum is there. People are ready and excited to electrify. Marylanders want to live in clean and healthy homes. They want to breathe clean air inside and outside, and they recognize that building electrification is a crucial piece to achieve this. We need to implement policies that will protect the health of Marylanders and our planet. The Sierra Club urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to now call up the unfavorables. Let Brittany Jones come back up here. Got Tom Ballantyne. Tom, come on up. Oh, she's saying unfavorable then. You have her unfavorable. Huh? Well, you change it from favorable to unfavorable. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's okay. Okay, so we've got Brittany Jones, Tom Ballantyne. Is Paula Ellington here anymore? Okay, Tyler Bryce here. Okay, Scott, come on up. Hannah Allen from the Maryland Chamber here. Is Lori Graff here, or are you?
She's not here, Mr.
She's
Chairman.
not here. Sarah Price here?
No, she just left.
She left, okay. So I think, then we have one virtual unfavorable witness as well. Okay, so I think that's the extent of it. Hannah, who wants to lead off? Bob, Ed, you got the mic in front of you. You each have 2 minutes unfavorable.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Etton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And I know that, this is a big issue. There are quite a number of bills out there. There are bills in the House. Something I would think is probably going to come out this year. With all due respect to my good friend, the senator from Baltimore County, we are opposed to the bill. And, I just have to say that to me, I always kind of look at the fiscal note and I often refer to it in my testimony because it's not me stating it. It's what your own, Department of Legislative Services is stating. So when you look at the analysis on page 2, this, says by October 1 of 2025, okay? In 9 months, we're going to have a requirement that new buildings and significant improvements meet all laundry, water, and space heating demands of the building without the use of fossil fuels. Now, once again, it just telling what the fiscal note says, is that even remotely possible? The second point I would make is that, to my knowledge, not one of our surrounding states has something like this. The third point I would make is that the bill says, and you heard this earlier today, that the local governments can enact more stringent requirements than what's in this bill. I would finally point you to the end of the fiscal note, in which it says that on the last page is that local expenditures will increase dramatically. Expenditures for the state will increase dramatically, and any small business involved in the provision, installation, maintenance of heating, cooling, electrical systems for buildings are significantly affected by the bill's changes to MBPS for new buildings or buildings undergoing significant improvement. I know you all want to do something about this issue, but once again, with all due respect to the senator, we think that this is not the solution. It needs more work. Thank you.
Okay. Come on, Scott.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the final time today, I am Scott Waitlevich with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we oppose Senate Bill 804. The committee has more detailed written testimony from Columbia with our concerns on the legislation. Specifically, our opposition to Senate Bill 804 is the mandating of building electrification and increasing electricity demand during a time when Maryland is struggling to meet its current and future electricity needs. This is not appropriate public policy. The legislation also forces electrification measures if a building owner conducts significant improvements to the building, and energy conservation standards, including energy use intensity standards, or EUI, for buildings, which we know is controversial in the statewide BEPS. Senate Bill 804 prevents energy choice and fails to address the need for a diverse and robust energy portfolio necessary to maintain grid reliability and reasonable affordable rates, especially for residential homes and commercial buildings. The bill will increase costs for constructing new homes or making significant improvements. We want to note, again, the Federal Energy Policy Conservation Act, or EPCA, preempts state regulations or laws that effectively ban EPCA-regulated products. Since Senate Bill 804 is expressly intended to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by mandating electric-only buildings or preventing the use of fossil fuel appliances, we believe that this legislation is preempted by federal law. With that, we urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 804.
Okay, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Tom Valentine with NAOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here to recommend your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 804. Even without this bill, there'll be fewer large fossil fuel powered buildings of any kind because they have to enroll immediately into BEPS and decarbonize by 2040. The bill does impose new inconsistent requirements on existing buildings that will have to meet the BEPS standard and electrify their systems if they go through a major renovation, should you pass this bill into law. The solar-ready requirements mandate the installation of infrastructure that we think may never be used. Buildings up to 20 stories tall must be solar-ready. Buildings over 3 stories have a hard time generating enough solar to be really meaningful, and the bill applies everywhere instead of in locations where there might be a chance that those buildings could interconnect with the grid. Between 2006 and 2021, the commercial energy code efficiency improved by 50%. The code writing bodies are committed to continuing that trajectory using cost-effective and technically feasible means. This bill would sort of override that and bypass the code process, which we think is much more preferable as an industry. And the prohibitions for existing buildings begin in October 2025 at a time when you've got warnings from the grid operator about resource insufficiencies for electricity. And I'll just point out in closing that the MDE, the E3 study that was referenced by the sponsor panel was based on 2035 energy and equipment costs, not current costs, 2035. So with that, just recommend your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for hanging in there. I know it's late. With all due respect to the good senator, we are here in opposition of Senate Bill 804, and it's simply because the grid is not ready. So you just heard testimony from the proponents that are citing the grid's readiness based on a study that was conducted by Brattle that is flawed. And I can explain why it's flawed. We had our engineers look at this very closely and compare some of the inputs regarding peak loads and our forecasted data that we use in planning each day, and there's a great disparity there. So the study reflects lower than expected peak loads in both the BGE and PEPCO service area, and it's completely out of line with both utility internal load forecasting that's used in planning and even in other studies that study the impact of electrification by the state of Maryland. So we do want to caution you from making the assumption that there is no impact to the grid. Another fatal flaw is that this study was conducted before we had this growth potential of data centers in the mix. I know this committee is very well versed in how much energy data centers require 24/7. So while this bill is only focused on new buildings and ones of significant renovation, we have to look at this holistically. This committee knows better than most the issue that we're in with resource adequacy and generation constraints. We can't pass piecemeal legislation that's going to increase additional pressure on the electric grid until we have solutions in place. So we do want to take a moment to actually applaud Senator Hester for her Energy Resource Adequacy and Planning Act bill that does just that. Pumps the brakes, requires us to look forward thinking at all projected load growth and come up with a plan together so that way we can ensure the reliability of the grid and most importantly, cost affordability for our ratepayers. Thank you.
And Brittany, you didn't officially say who you were when you led off.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Brittany Jones with BGE.
Okay, we're going to go to our last witness in person and then we'll take our virtual witness. So before we go to the virtual witness, I missed Hannah. Okay, let's go back. Well, why don't you go first, and then we're going to end up with our chamber representative here. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep it short, sweet. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Tyler Bryce. I'm the manager of advocacy and public affairs at the Maryland Municipal League. We respectfully submit this testimony in opposition, and I'm coming again short and sweet. Local governments already feel stretched thin, and so our main two issues right now, we reached out to both sponsors, is the waiver process. We have some issues with the criteria on it, as well as the timeline for October 2025. Those are our two issues. We will continue to be open to collaborating with you and Delegate Boifo, and thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to the person, Hannah, at the end of the table from the Chamber of Commerce. Tell us who you are, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee. For the record, Hannah Allen here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 804. I will start by saying that businesses depend on reliable and affordable energy options. We believe that an inclusive and diverse energy portfolio is the best option for the state, especially right now, given our significant energy challenges, which I know the legislature is certainly working to address. Especially when it comes to the supply and demand issue. We are concerned that the bill is forcing an arbitrary end to other fuel use in existing and new buildings without a structured plan in place from both a cost and infrastructure perspective, which could lead to higher utility costs for remaining natural gas customers who, as the system is losing its users. So I'll say, I will also mention that a poll was released yesterday by UMBC that focused on energy source preference in the state. And what that poll said is that Marylanders, a high percentage of Marylanders favor having a variety of energy options available to them, which, to me really underscores the importance of maintaining and encouraging a diverse energy portfolio, especially as we are on this path to transitioning. We want to make sure that we do it responsibly. I will echo Mr. Inton's comment of none of our surrounding states have enacted something like this for new construction. We certainly look at that from an economic competitiveness standpoint. We are a state that is where many people can just easily locate in Virginia or Delaware or Pennsylvania to build their construction and locate their business there. So that is a concern from the chamber as well. So I'll stop there. I appreciate your time this evening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Mayor Cephas from Cambridge as our last witness. She's here virtually. Mayor, you've got up to 2 minutes. You got to unmute yourself there. There you go.
Hi.
It's all yours.
Hello, good afternoon, Honorable Chair Feldman and Honorable Vice Chair Kagan and members of this committee. My name is LaJan Cephas, resident of the Eastern Shore, and I'm also the mayor of the city of Cambridge. If Maryland were a state where we produce more than half of our own energy, I would be in support of SB 804. We're not that state, and that's why I'm providing an unfavorable testimony against SB 804. On Facebook, there's a group named Delmarva Power Victims. And as of this morning, there were 14,000 members in this group. And this is 14,000 reasons why I'm against SB 804. Surprisingly, being the mayor of Cambridge, and I'm sure many other local elected officials experience this, we get emails, we get text messages, phone calls, we get stopped in the grocery stores, and they're talking about their electric bill. So the passing of SB 804 will establish a greater monopoly for such electric companies while not requiring these energy companies to provide a better service at a more equitable rate. On the Eastern Shore, we pay the highest delivery rate for electricity, and that's the highest in any region in Maryland, and we don't receive any better service. So I believe taxpayers deserve the ability to choose how they power their homes, and the passing of SB 804 will take that ability away. So I urge the Maryland General Assembly to use this testimony to hold such companies accountable for the financial instabilities and panic delivered in the homes of our taxpayers. I also hope that our great state of Maryland will become more energy independent, because energy independence is critically important to our economy. And I believe that is the first step before the passing of SB 804. I request an unfavorable report of SB 804 at this time from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Carrozza?
Just had a brief question for Mayor Cephas.
Sure.
Hello, Mayor Cephas.
Hi, how are you?
Senator Carrozza here. I know often MACO and MML are together when they testify. Today, earlier, Worcester County Commissioner Chip Bertino was here most of the day but had to return. In his testimony, he said, as an elected official in a small rural jurisdiction, I must consider whether a small county like ours is equipped to handle the enforcement and compliance challenges that could come with additional building standards. Ensuring structures meet any new requirements is something that will fall on local jurisdictions. Is this a case where, again, MML and MACO would be in alignment?
Absolutely. From my perspective and from the experience and how I know how our city and county works, I would absolutely agree with that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes our bill hearing on Senate Bill 804 and our bill hearings for today. Colleagues, why don't we let the folks sleep? Okay, so we do have a voting list. Here's what I'm just going to suggest to everybody. We got basically 2 pages, 20 bills. A backlog with these votes. We have a lot of bills